It's the International Soccer Show Goalissimo. Thursday nights at 7:50. Only on your World of Champions. Brought to you by Discovery, a team worth supporting.
What do you think, King?
That's a tough putt slider. Perfect. That's all that putt was.
Are you kidding me?
That's the only thing you can do is laugh. I mean, the guy's not even human.
Generation Next. The future will rock your world. Where else but Supersport?
Gaming is celebrating its 30th year anniversary at Atlantic City, and tonight Top Rank Championship Boxing plays right into that. You take a look at the Atlantic City skyline, the boardwalk, Kermit Cintron and Antonio Margarito for the IBF Welterweight Championship. Their highly publicized and much heralded rematch, and Miguel Cotto, one of the top names in boxing today, against the upstart Alfonso Gomez. That's a 12-rounder. And an action night packed of boxing. We're inside Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Bontempo, along with Wally Matthews. Glad that you've joined us in what should be quite a night of boxing, and celebrities are in attendance because Miguel Cotto has packed them in wherever he's gone, most recently New York and now in Atlantic City. Carlos Beltran, one of the people in attendance, fresh off his Mets game, coming down to check out boxing. And that's a big endorsement for the
he's
sport.
a big fan of Miguel Cotto. I've seen him at several of his fights. Usually when they're in New York, they got a day game tomorrow, so I bet you Carlos Beltran is hoping this doesn't go too late. I think Cotto's worth losing a little sleep over.
Hey, you know what? You have the big luxury Major League Baseball players. We hear they took helicopters to come down here, so
they don't have to pay all those 35-cent tolls.
A little better than the way we travel.
A little bit.
But Wally, it's been quite an anticipation. And how about the psychological aspects of this rematch here between Cintron and Margarito? you know, on one hand, you say, okay, one guy beat the other guy, and then the other guy has momentum. That's a different factor, and it all comes together.
You're right. This is, you know, the beauty of boxing. You know, we talk about how styles make fights and, you know, who would beat if this guy fought that guy. Well, we've seen these two guys in the ring already, and it's very, very interesting about what's going to happen the second time. Even though the first fight ended within 5 rounds, Margarito knocked out Cintron, who was cut badly. There are reasons to believe that maybe Cintron can reverse it this time.
And Margarito is still a big underdog in Las Vegas, where betting is legal. I mean, more than 2-1. And now, of course, the winner of that fight hopes to fight Miguel Cotto in July 26th. That's what they're announcing. That's the big thing. But that's big for them. For Miguel Cotto, well, you know, this is just another day at the office. He's a laid-back guy.
It's absolutely another day at the office. And, you know, just to prove it, he actually sat at ringside. And you see him right there during some of the earlier fights on the card, including one with his stablemate, Luis Cruz. I mean, this guy doesn't seem to have a care in the world.
There's a guy that came off terrific victories over Zab Judah and Shane Mosley in New York. And the interesting thing about the Mosley fight is he looked vulnerable at the end of that fight. One of the rare times that somebody was giving him a good fight at the end, and he looked like he could possibly be losing some ground. But here he's more than a 7-1 favorite.
Yeah, well, first of all, Cotto has often looked vulnerable in a lot of his fights. You know, at certain points in his fights, you know, with Chop Corley, with Zab Judah, he's looked vulnerable before. The thing is, nobody's beaten him yet. And I'll tell you what, I think right now he is the best active welterweight in the world, because I don't consider Floyd Mayweather to be an active welterweight. He's a guy that's being pulled in a million different directions. You know, WWE 1 week, UFC the next week, maybe I'll take a fight. He's not really fully committed to his boxing career, as talented as he is. Cotto, pure and simple, a fighter. I love watching him fight. And I think, as you pointed out, this could be an easy night at the office for him tonight against Alfonso Gomez. However, there are no easy nights for Cotto, because, as you said, he does show vulnerabilities at times.
And the big names in the division, Mosley, Cintron, Margarito, Paul Williams, who upset the upper card for Margarito last year. And you get a look in the dressing room, moments away from our fight. Cintron and Margarito.
Emmanuel Stewart in the corner there with Cintron may provide a boost, but I'll tell you what, the first fight, kind of disappointing to those of us who, you know, viewed Cintron as an up-and-coming guy, but at the time, Margarito was at the height of his reputation. Truly was. Since then, his reputation has come back considerably, which is one of the reasons why he's not the favorite in this fight. To me, Cintron has a lot to prove to show that he can reverse what happened in the first fight.
That's what makes this fascinating. He's the one with the momentum, but he's also got the chip on his shoulder off the last fight, so let's see what happens. It was a pretty lively weigh-in leading into this fight. A lot of trash talking had been conducted leading up to it.
There you see Tony Margarito in great shape as always. Cintron looks confident. You know, there hasn't really been an important weigh-in, and I know this is very interesting to the cameras, since Ali fought Sonny Liston in 1964. Okay, now they'll have to do it for real. And you can see they're just about the same age. Margarito 2 years older, the exact same height, the exact same weight, and a slight reach advantage for Tony Margarito.
And 10 points to the winner of a round, no standing 8 count. Free knockdown rule in effect. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell. Doctor or referee can stop the fight. And if there is a case of an accidental foul, you go to the scorecards after the 4th round.
Which actually can come into play, because if you recall the first fight, Cintron badly cut in the 2nd round of that fight. May actually have made all the difference in that fight. Maybe minus the cut tonight, we see a different outcome. We know that Cintron's a great puncher. The record says so. We also know Margarito is a great absorber of punches.
And to me, the fascinating part about this is, you know, there's one theory in boxing that says when you have a guy's number, you have it. When you beat him, you're going to beat him again, because that's just the way it goes. You have it for him. And then on the other hand, you look at Margarito last year, the loss to Paul Williams. It distracted his momentum. So it really becomes a matter of which becomes the bigger factor.
Well, you know, his deterioration goes back further than that. I mean, it happened right in this very building with Josh Clottey. you know, in December of 2006. You're talking about a guy who was considered to be, you know, along with Cotto, 1-1A in this division. Suddenly after that, people are like, well, maybe I'm not so sure. Clottey could have won that fight if he doesn't get hurt. Since then, Margarito's reputation has steadily eroded, and Cintron right now is the guy who is on the upswing. Kind of a complete reversal of where they were the first time around. Whether that makes a difference when the two men are in the ring remains to be seen.
There's a look at Cintron. Good heavy puncher. Sammy Sosa trying to go deep.
He's a pretty big hitter in his day. Still doesn't have a job, does he?
No,
in baseball, anyway.
All those home runs.
Yeah. Funny the way that happened. You know, thinking back to the first fight between Cintron and Margarito, Cintron, as I said, great puncher. Margarito, great chin. The only thing that really matters is, do you hit hard enough to hurt the man you're fighting? And it appeared in the first fight that Cintron did not hit hard enough to hurt Margarito.
No, and he was down handily in the scorecards when that fight was stopped,
he had been
too.
on the canvas, you know, in the 4th round, twice in the 5th round, looked utterly discouraged by the end of the fight, whether that was because of the cut or because of the relentless pressure of Margarito, a terrific left hook of his. We'll find out tonight. I mean, obviously, there are people out there who think it was a fluke and that it will be reversed tonight. I'm not so sure.
Cintron knows he's got a lot of momentum. That's what he's going to be trying to parlay into his game plan tonight. And Margarito trying to summon the ghosts of the past.
Well, the other thing, you know, that we should point out with Margarito is that since he lost to Paul Williams, all he's had is one round of action, if you want to call it that, against Golden Johnson on the Cotto Mosley card back in November. It was a one-round KO. You know, you could hardly even call it a fight. So, frankly, this guy hasn't really fought since last July when he lost to Paul Williams and lost pretty handily.
And meanwhile, for Cintron, his last bout was a 10-round TKO victory over Jesse Feliciano in November of 2007. He's had 5 wins since the loss to Margarito.
And as you mentioned right at the top of the show, Dave, I mean, the winners tonight are supposed to meet. We have heard this before. We heard this the night that Cotto fought Quintana right in this ring and Margarito fought Clottey. It never happened. I will believe it when I see it. I would love to see Cotto and Margarito in a ring together.
They were about to make a big fight before Margarito lost to Williams in this building, because the half of it had shown up here. Cintron had fought well, and then the other fight was happening in California the same night. But Margarito could not complete the deal.
Right. I mean, they've been at the verge of this showdown now for quite a while. It hasn't happened yet. Sometimes you wonder if it ever will happen. Of course, I think Margarito has the more difficult assignment tonight. You know, we haven't really touched on Cotto, but he's fighting Alfonso Gomez, a guy who came out of the Contender. You know, doesn't really seem to have what it takes to beat a guy like Cotto, who I think, as I said, is one of the most difficult guys to beat. Even though, as you pointed out, he shows vulnerabilities. That's what makes him so interesting. That's what makes him so much fun to watch. You always think you have him on the verge of beating him, and somehow he always winds up with his hand raised at the end of the fight.
That's why those victories over Judah and Mosley were terrific fights. Had people buzzing about boxing after that. That was a major thing. After those fights, I had people come up who never talk about sports, but they knew about the Cotto Mosley fight. They knew about the Cotto Judah fight. He had captured people, and he's captured people bringing professional athletes down here too. And you see the flag of Puerto Rico, so a lot of provincial pride. Mexican flag also in attendance.
Like the Mexican flag. See that?
They're going head up on each other here.
Here for Tony Margarito.
That's right.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. These guys, you know, are top-notch, top-shelf welterweights. I just think that Cotto's got something a little bit extra, and I know he has shown a little bit, maybe a little tinkling in the chin, especially at 140 pounds. Haven't seen it quite as much at 147. Some stamina issues late in fights, but I'll tell you what, he finds ways to win. I mean, he had a tougher fight than expected with Paulie Malignaggi, and the damage he put on that kid. You know, I did not think that kid would ever come back to fight effectively again, because that was just an absolute mess. Zab Judah obviously landed some good shots early, but Cotto has a way of just breaking your will. The body punching, the relentless pressure, the left hook, the fact that he does adapt throughout fights makes it very, very difficult for guys to stay focused and win against him.
So, as you're watching this doubleheader, if the winners do get together, you'll say you saw the lead-up bouts leading to it. They want to do it in 3 months, so we'll see what actually happens there. And they would like to bring it here or New York. So discussions are rampant, provided the fighters take care of business in the ring.
Past couple of years, you know, Cotto's had a standing date. I guess not this year, but, you know, the first weekend in June, I should say second weekend in June, the night before the Puerto Rican Day Parade in New York, usually Miguel Cotto night at the Garden. I guess not this year. And that gets a huge crowd, huge response in New York City, both the parade and the fight.
Fighters have been popular in Atlantic City, and they've done well in terms of attracting gamblers to the casinos.
That always makes a fighter popular around here.
It's a very big fact in how this came together. Actually, 4 properties combining to sponsor this event. Citron has a base in Reading, Pennsylvania, about 2 hours away, and so he's brought a lot of support there. And Cotto, as we've talked about, practically owns New York in this department, so
and he does.
The city has come here. It's always nice when you see people in the top 10 of whatever sanctioning bodies or the magazine ratings fighting each other and just providing some stimulus and attention for the division. We're coming close to the walk-ins.
That's the challenger.
Antonio Margarito makes the first walk down the aisle. His last fight was a 1-round knockout over Golden Johnson in October of '07. And that was after the disappointing loss to Paul Williams last July, in which he got off to a slow start against the lefty. He rallied and then could not get over the top in the stretch.
You're right. He seemed to have a terrible time with the style and also the hand speed. I mean, you know, Williams has since been beaten by Quintana, you know, in a shock to everybody, I think. But that night, Williams was a very difficult guy to fight. Fast hands, left-handed. I mean, Margarito just seemed completely confused for half the fight. Started to figure out the game in the second half of the fight, but it was too late at that point.
And then he hit a wall in the last couple rounds where maybe he might have done something. So he lost by 2, and by 4 in that fight. So Margarito 35-5. Kermit Cintron 29-1, 27 KOs. The only loss to Margarito 5 fights ago. In his last effort, 10th round knockout over Jesse Feliciano in California.
I think it's going to be tough for him tonight. I mean, just the history of boxing tells you that when you get knocked out, it's very, very difficult to reverse in the rematch. That's why we still talk about, you know, the great fight that Joe Louis had against Max Schmeling in the rematch, because it's so rare that a guy can get knocked out by another fighter and then come back and knock him out, or, you know, even beat him the next time.
Yeah, you have so much to overcome emotionally. Every time you get hit,
That's what it is, and I'll tell you something. I covered a fight between Marlon Starling and Mark Breland almost 20 years ago now, and when they fought the rematch, Starling knocked out Breland the first time. Breland had been undefeated, was knocked out cold, and I asked Starling, why do you think you're going to win the rematch? He said, because I know I can knock him out, and because he knows I can knock him out. Very important point.
Yeah, it's one thing, you know, we talk about trilogies where there have been decisions and they go back and forth. It's one thing to reverse on a guy who outpointed you, but on a guy who stopped you, wholly different ball game.
And there was nothing flukish about the first stoppage here. Again, you know, Kermit Cintron cut very badly in the second round. It might have made a difference, but he was basically stopped by punches, left hooks.
Let's get the introductions from Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning our co-featured bout this evening, we'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to one of the great lightweights and welterweights of the 1940s and 50s. This man, with his flamboyant style and great boxing talent, went on to become one of the top draws of his era, facing off against such great fighters as Tommy Campbell, Jesse Flores, and Carmen Basilio. Tragically, this past March 15th, he suffered a stroke, and only a few days later, he succumbed to his illness at the age of 80. And ladies and gentlemen, as we do with all members of the boxing community when they pass on, we pay tribute to their memory with boxing's traditional 10 count. If you'd be so kind to please maintain a moment of silence for the golden boy of his era, Mr. Art Aragon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and may he rest in peace. And now from Boardwalk Hall, Atlantic City, Mexico and Puerto Rico face off for the 12 rounds IBF Welterweight Championship of the World. These bouts are being brought to you by Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated, in association with Main Events, Caesars Atlantic City, the Rums of Puerto Rico, and Tecate. These bouts are being sanctioned by the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board. Chairman is Tony Orlando. Board members, Dennis McDonough and Stephen Katz. Acting Commissioner is Sylvester Kyler. Supervising for the IBF, Mahasan Scott. The judges are, out of New Jersey, Pierre Benoist. From Pennsylvania, George Hill. And from Connecticut, Clark Sammartino. The referee is, out of New Jersey, Earl Brown. And ladies and gentlemen, introducing first, the challenger. Fighting out of the blue corner, he steps into the ring wearing black, trimmed in Mexican green, white, and red. He weighed in at an official 146 1/2 pounds, with a professional record consisting of 35 victories, only 5 losses, 1 no contest, and 25 of his victories coming by way of knockout. Out of Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, the former WBO welterweight champion of the world, the Tijuana Tornado, Antonio Tony Margarito. Across the ring, in the red corner, he steps in wearing gold trimmed in cronk blue and red. He weighed in at an identical 146 1/2 pounds, with a professional record consisting of 29 victories, only 1 defeat, and 27 of his victories coming by way of knockout. This evening, defending his IBF Welterweight Championship of the World, out of Reading, Pennsylvania, and representing Carolina, Puerto Rico, Kermit Sintron.
Antonio, Kermit, you receive your instructions in the dressing room. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. This is for the IBF Welterweight Championship of the World. Touch them up.
All right. Cintron has the momentum. Margarito has the memory. Which one will be more important? We're about to find out.
I'll tell you what, I think Kermit Cintron has got to try to get respect for Margarito right away. Because I'm Margarito, I'm thinking, you know what? I marched through this guy last time. What's going to stop me tonight?
So if you're Cintron, you want to establish it a different arena, a different scenario.
And you know, there are factors at work here. Now, obviously, Cintron fighting close to home. A lot of people here in this arena rooting for him. Also, he's got a title now. We used to say, hey, that makes a guy 10% better. You know, even if he's not, he's the same guy. He's got a title now. He's going to go in a little bit more confident.
A little bit of a swagger when you have your title. It helps everything but the chin.
There are some things the title belt will not help.
Double jab by Cintron. Margarito tries to get in deep. Work the body.
Well, the thing that he is doing effectively is he's putting pressure on, and he felt that. I'm telling you, Cintron felt that right to the body.
That's a good shot by Margarito. Cintron trying to answer, but his shots are wide.
Yeah, it was a pretty good right hand he threw in there, but the thing is he has yet to prove to Margarito that he can hurt him. You know, with all the knockouts that he has a tremendous knockout record. He has yet to dent Tony Margarito.
Margarito with a huge right hand, getting the Cintron right over the top. Cintron would have to double jab to keep that right hand out of his face.
Cintron is fighting going backwards now, so you know he's got less power on his punches than we'd have normally.
Punch out, punch out.
Well, if you could look at this, you could say the doubt and uncertainty have made their way into Cintron.
They have knocked on the door.
Yeah, the other side of that axiom, okay, Cintron's better for being a champion, but for Margarito, knowing that he has that knockout win, that makes him better in this fight too.
You know, honestly, I rewatched the fight several times this week preparing to do this, and I was hard-pressed to find what Cintron could do differently, except for maybe that.
There's a right hand by Cintron. He landed it backing up, but he landed it.
Thing is this, you know, Margarito is smiling and nodding at him. If he doesn't get the reaction he wants, Cintron, you could see a lot of confidence go out of him. Those are two good shots.
Cintron missing over the top with the right hand. Margarito on the inside working. This fight has had intrigue written all over it since it was announced, and they've come out flying in the opening round.
Wow, see, again, just like in the first fight, I see much more effect from Margarito's punches on Cintron than the other way around.
Very good body work by Margarito.
See, just placing your punches, okay? He's not the fastest guy in the world. And get back to working your jab, okay? Placing your punches good and calm. Give him the water.
¿Oíste, mijo? Tu jab, jab certero, directa a la derecha, directa al pecho. En cuanto se quebre, mole por aquí así.
They wanted to throw it right to the chest.
Y lo vas trabajando. Tu guardia arriba.
I guess they had to open up the left hook to the head.
El tipo nomás está a que te descubras. Está en el contragolpe, trabajándote. Estoy muy vivo, golpeas.
Let's take a look at some of the first round action, and I think you'll see what I mean here. I mean, there are a couple of good right hands from Cintron, but most of the reaction was gotten from punches thrown by Margarito. You saw it there, that left hand.
All right, so we go into round 2, scheduled for 12. Herbert Cintron in the gold, and Antonio Margarito in the black trunks. Cintron 29-1 with 27 knockouts. The only one came from the guy staring right at him.
That was a good right-left combination by Cintron, but at some point, Dave, he's going to have to dig his toes into the canvas and stand his ground here. And he's not going to hurt Margarito going backwards.
He landed some right hands in the opening round going backwards. Now he gets the double jab going, eats a jab while he's trying to throw a right hand. This is the part of the fight where Cintron knows he has to gamble a little bit.
Absolutely. Margarito has shown signs of being a slow starter, especially recently. You know, the Golden Johnson fight notwithstanding, because I'm not counting that one, but he has shown vulnerabilities early. This is the time to get him.
Cintron keeping the left hand low, inviting trouble, and trouble finds him with the right hand over the top.
Good left hook. This is exactly the way the first fight went.
But it's interesting that Cintron would abandon some fundamental good things like keeping the left hand up. It's not helping him to have it down. He's not helping himself offensively. Tremendous uppercut by Margarito.
Well, I'll tell you what, Cintron is fighting back hard, but it took all of 5 rounds for Margarito to take the heart out of him in the first fight. We'll see if it takes any longer tonight.
Right by Cintron. Margarito up the middle.
Those are good, short, hard punches by Margarito.
They duel to the body, good body shots.
He's on his way down. He was bent over from that left hook to the body.
There's one that went a little bit low.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a reprieve as Margarito keeps the pressure on. Cintron not utilizing his reach.
Margarito's relentless right now. Cintron does not know how to hold him off.
This is a buzzsaw in front of him. And he is eliminating a lot of movement that Cintron would like to have later by pulverizing his body here.
You're right. He's throwing a ton of punches. He's not giving Cintron any time to rest. And Cintron is laying right inside there, not using his jab, not maintaining distance, not dictating anything.
You want to know what the price of these punches are later on. Cintron will not be able to move laterally. But these body shots are taking a lot out of him.
This is how focused Margarito was. I don't know if you could see it on your monitor, but he was complaining about a headbutt, but he continued to punch through it.
Tremendous focus here by Margarito. Body shots, the uppercut. Good round for Margarito.
Put it up.
No, pull it down.
Listen, you fight smart, but not on the inside. Keep going forward. You understand?
I'm going to warn him about the low blows. I'm going to warn you about
Watch
the head.
Watch the head.
Understand it.
Okay.
Watch your head also.
This
all
head.
right? All right?
Okay. Listen.
Yes. Conéctaselos entre esta parte de aquí así. Boca del estómago, hígado.
I warned him about the head.
And they're telling him to stay with the body, which is absolutely the right way to go. You hear the referee warning Margarito for low blows. You see some of the now a couple of body shots were right on the belt line. Of course, that right hand was right under the chin, and he followed it with another one. Just a lot of good work by Tony Margarito in round 2.
All right, seconds, let's go.
That one just folded Cintron in half, that left hook to the ribs.
One more left hook to the head there would have been a knockdown. So here we go into round 3. Kermit Cintron getting dominated so far by Antonio Margarito in a rematch of a victory that Margarito has over Cintron.
There's a blob of Vaseline on the left eye of Margarito, like they were working on something in the corner. I did not notice a cut. Did you see it?
No cut so far. But here's Margarito trying to take advantage of his reach, which he should.
That was Cintron's best moment of the fight right there.
And now we see something crawling out of the...
I think he's cut.
Eye, yes.
Left eye, Margarito.
Left eye, he is now.
Good right hand.
So Margarito working on the right hand, and then Cintron operating behind the jab. Try to use some reach. That's his ticket.
Yeah, let's not forget, it was the exact opposite situation we saw in the first fight. It was Cintron was cut in the second round of that fight. It was never really the same. We'll see how Margarito deals with this.
Left hook by Cintron. Good uppercut by Cintron. And he started it with the jab, which set up the uppercut. Now he's getting bolder, but still not stopping much. The left hand of Kermit Cintron has no defensive purpose for him. He's not stopping anything. He's trying to throw an up jab and getting hit.
You're absolutely right. Holding it down low, holding it tight against his body, making it very easy for Margarito to throw that lead right. However, that being said, Cintron's having a pretty good round.
Yes.
You just wonder if he gets into this kind of a thing where he trades punch for punch from Margarito, who's going to be able to take it better. So far, the evidence is that Margarito takes it better.
Right hand by Margarito driving Cintron back.
This is a good fight.
It's as advertised.
Better than the first fight so far, I think.
A lot of excitement about the fight coming in because of what Cintron has done since that first fight, obtaining a title and escalating up, so there's something at stake now.
And you know what? Just as much the fact that Margarito's star has dimmed a little bit. Good shots, both of them.
Right hand by Cintron, catching Margarito walking in. And this is a fight where these guys don't waste time with the jab, but everything they're landing is big.
No, they don't. But this is about the point in the first fight, and there you see Cintron hurt. Yeah, well, you know what? Cintron's bending forward.
And taking shots, a good right hand by Margarito. Cintron trying to
What is he doing? I'm
He's
sorry.
getting hit.
Cintron's own fault.
You can't referee the fight and fight at the same time.
This is about the point in the first fight where the fight started to go out of Kermit Cintron, and I wonder if the same thing's happening here. It's amazing because he had a great first minute.
They talk about protecting yourself at all times. You can't forget that. Can't let the referee try to be the one to protect you.
That was a real lapse in poise.
He's getting tired of slowing down. You see, he's getting sloppy. He's throwing punches. Just keep dropping your right hands. Even though you have a knock, keep dropping the right hands on him. Keep dropping them on him. And the uppercut, he's wide open through the south.
Tírate el agua.
No hay nada, está chiquita.
Relájate.
¿Qué?
Estás muy presionado.
Vaselina,
Te está ganando el
póngale
coraje.
vaselina.
No, serenito. Le has fallado porque te está
They're
ganando
telling
el coraje.
Margarito that it's a
Estás
little
pensando.
cut, so obviously
Relájate.
Margarito asked
Tu golpe
about it.
relajadito, bien bonito. Tu jab.
Can't see how little it is.
I understand that.
All right, let's take a look at what happened here in the... See, there was some really good right uppercuts by Cintron here in round 3. Started out like a house on fire in round 3. By the end of the round, he was being hurt by Margarito, and then, you know, started to referee the fight himself, as we said, which is never a good sign.
Into the 4th round we go. The intrigue continues to unravel. Kermit Cintron, Puerto Rico, 29-1, 27 knockouts. Antonio Margarito from Mexico, 35-5, 25 knockouts. But one of those knockouts came against Kermit Cintron, and so this is the rematch. And even though Cintron has gone on and won the IBF title, so far in this fight, Margarito is manhandling Cintron.
I would agree with that, with the exception of about 60 seconds of round 3, when it appeared that Cintron was going to be able to turn the tide. And it's amazing, Margarito just took it right back to him.
Well, for Cintron, he needs to move, use the jab. You know, we saw those uppercuts in the last round. The jab set it up.
Good shot. He dug in that right. I tell you what, give him credit for that.
Good hook here by Cintron. Good body shot.
The thing to remember is that Margarito, even though he has not fought well in a couple of his most recent fights, he has a terrific chin.
And this style is setting up ideally for him. A straight ahead guy that he can just go to work with.
And he's a short puncher. This is exactly where he wants to work.
Makes you wonder why Cintron doesn't move a little bit more, make it a little bit more uncomfortable
Cintron
for
looks
Margarito.
tired. He's starting to look tired to me.
Now, we talked about those body shots in round 2. How they were going
Good
to
shot.
get rid of the movement.
And here's where Margarito goes to work.
Uppercuts. Now, if you've got a little bit of an edge in reach, and you've got some quick feet, like Cintron does, this would be the fight to use it. Move laterally, try to make the guy turn, move the shoulders. but this is mano a mano.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It's an inexplicable decision. Great left hook there by Margarito. To basically fight Margarito's fight, and there aren't too many guys in boxing who fight this kind of a fight better than Margarito does.
Margarito coming straight forward. There's a good left hook to the body by Cintron. He tries to dig in. Look at the left hand right now, though. He's not in gear. He cannot fire a shot from here.
No, he can't. He can't punch with it, and he can't defend with it. Pretty much allowing Margarito to use his right hand.
Margarito happy to oblige and get this opportunity as he works on the inside. Dave Bontempo and Wally Matthews with you here from Atlantic City, and it's a good one as expected between Antonio Margarito and Kermit Cintron.
Margarito again, much busier. Cintron trying to load up for single bombs like that. He's landing them, but obviously he knows as well as we do they are not having the effect on Margarito that he intends.
As round 4 goes in the books.
Ahí vamos, hijo, ya madurando. Mira, hijo. Te están neutralizando la derecha con esto.
Get a look at the cut. And oh, you know what? It's between the brow and the
eyelid. Está
inclinándose
para tu mano izquierda, papá. Okay. ¿Me entiendes? Estás cuando levante entonces la derecha.
Telling him that Cintron is moving toward his left and he's got to use it. That's Margarito's best weapon. Left hook.
Está poniendo a tu mano izquierda. ¿Me entiendes?
They're begging him to use that left. And now you see that there's Cintron not holding his ground again, jabbing while moving back, allowing Margarito to come forward with power shots. That's been the story of the whole fight.
All right, seconds, let's go.
See Margarito scoring with good, short, sharp punches. Big left hook.
And Cintron taking it as we go into round 5.
And that actually is the one thing Cintron has done better in this fight than he has in the first fight. He's taken the punches better. Not been on the canvas yet.
Kermit Cintron 29-1, 27 knockouts. Antonio Margarito 35-5 with 25 knockouts. And now Cintron has a choice. He can try to go after that eye, which would try to give him a shortcut to a victory. Or he can stand and slug and take his chances.
See now, right there, long range, this is where Cintron's got to do his damage.
And
Good
there's
shot.
the right hand from distance.
Did it again. Margarito makes the ring small in a hurry, though.
He gets right on you, comes straight to you. But you need a double jab. You need something to keep him out when he's walking in like this.
Good
Otherwise,
shot.
you take stuff like this.
You know, a lot's been made of these 5 fights that Cintron has won since losing to Margarito, but, I mean, if you look at the caliber of opponent, they're certainly not one of them. You know, Walter Matisse, I'm sorry, doesn't stack up with Tony Margarito. It's not applicable.
But what Cintron could do in this fight, even though this is a different level of opposition, is try to take a page from guys who fought him effectively. All right, Paul Williams is a lefty, but still, you move a lot, you give him a hard time.
Absolutely. Beat him with hand speed, beat him with distance, beat him with boxing. Did not try to slug with him.
Margarito driving Cintron back, and then Cintron turns, trying to fire a right hand behind a jab. He's trying to win the home run contest here with Margarito when he's
great
losing
shot. Bad cut now with the right eye of Cintron. So we're back to where we were in the first fight.
Margarito going back to work, and Cintron trying to referee.
What is that?
That time he bought a call. It's still a risky move.
Yeah, the thing is, Cintron is leaning forward into those punches. He is causing himself to get hit behind the head.
This is where you need your corner to jump up between rounds and lobby the referee.
Yeah, you can't referee and fight at the same time.
But the corner can get in there and register a protest with the referee.
That's why you cut them a check.
Margarito moving Cintron back. It's been an exciting fight as these guys have stood in there and traded. Good moves here by Margarito, and Cintron eats 5 more punches of leather.
Cintron is showing a much better chin in this fight than he did in the first fight.
And maybe he's got some better conditioning, but he is starting to wilt.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that statement is, you know, you don't want to show that kind of a chin if you don't have to. Wow, he looks just exhausted.
That's the boxing this one.
How you feeling, Tom? Huh?
Oh, boy. That is an angry gas.
That's okay. Just get some adrenaline. Kermit, you got to talk to us. You want to continue or not? I'm good, huh? Are you good?
The best of the cut was
Kermit, he takes a good punch. You've got to try to box.
All right, let's take a look at some of the work. Now, see, again, Citron had some moments in this round, but he once again fell into Margarito's fight, and forget it, he cannot match him for firepower. Here's where he actually turned away from the fight to complain to the referee.
Let's go.
And it worked.
Come on, seconds, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go to that well too often.
No, maybe once.
So into round 6 we go, and Kermit Citron in jeopardy here against Antonio Margarito. Citron has a nasty cut to contend with out of his right eye, and also the straight ahead power of Margarito, as Margarito has been pounding him on the inside. Biggest problem for Citron that is self-inflicted. He's not double jabbing, and he is not keeping his man at a distance.
Oh, you can see what he's doing here. He's just probing with his jab, trying to set up the right hand behind it. But I hate to be the one to tell him, he has not been able to hurt Margarito with that punch. I think he ought to be on the outside trying to score points, maybe frustrate Margarito. The guys who have given Margarito trouble have guys that have confused him and frustrated him, not guys who trade with him.
And that goes back to the last fight. You want to prove something in a rematch, and the idea of the machismo overrides the good strategy, because he has the height and the reach to stay away from Margarito.
He is built for the kind of fight he should be fighting.
And Margarito, meanwhile, just pouring right through, not having to stop at any intersection and pay any tolls to a jab. So he is coming right through. There's a good right hand by Margarito over the top.
You know, ever since round 3, Citron's looked tired to me. He really has, and I know that a lot of that is the relentlessness of the attack of Margarito. But just look at that deep breath he just took.
Well, you look at those body shots in round 2. We talked about it then, that it's going to shut off the movement later. Well, this is later, and he's not moving. There is Margarito. Down goes Citron.
You could see that coming. You could see the will just oozing out of Citron.
He wants him to get up. He wants to give him more.
Wow, he ain't getting up. The fight is over.
Well,
wow.
Tremendous body punching, wearing down punishment.
And it took him about 30 seconds longer than it took him in the first fight, right? We're just barely into round 6.
Now, you unleashed the type of body work that he did for as long a period as he did.
Yeah.
And it's never what would look like the big shot that puts the guy down. Sooner or later, he's down.
Yeah, you know, at risk of repeating myself, having watched the first fight several times this week, and of course I saw it live the first time it happened, it just didn't seem to me that Citron was going to be able to reverse this unless he absolutely pulled something new out of his bag of tricks. If he had boxed well, if he had moved, if he had frustrated Tony Margarito, he chose to get in there and trade punches with him, and you'll see the result right here. Here's the end of the fight. And a lot of this has to do with, it's a left hook to the body. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the energy and will was just being sapped by this man systematically, just like it was in the first fight. You see the last punch of the fight, left hook to the liver. Great punch. Wow.
He's thrown a lot of big shots in the fight, and some bigger than that. But when you work a guy over like that, and you stay focused on the target, you'll get great results. And Antonio Margarito took the style that was given to him, and he ran with it.
I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that that's the best Margarito's looked since the first time he fought Citron.
Well, styles make the fights. This style really worked out well for him. Kermit Citron helping that scenario by not jabbing, moving. Here's the numbers.
Referee Earl Brown reaches the count of 10 with an official time of 1 minute, 57 seconds of round number 6. Your winner, by way of knockout, and now the new IBF welterweight champion of the world, the Tijuana Tornado, Antonio Tony Margarito.
Well, the memory of the first fight and the style of the second fight coming together in a big way for Antonio Margarito as he goes on and takes away from Cintron's title. He goes to 36-5 with 26 knockouts. And for those of you last summer who saw what for him was a frustrating effort against Paul Williams and wondered if he would get back and recapture his top form, the answer tonight is a resounding yes.
He is one of the best middleweights of all time, breaking all records. He has remained undefeated in the Super Middleweight Championship for over 10 years. Now, two of the world's best step up for an explosive light heavyweight showdown. Watkins Calzado, 20 April, Supersport, for the fights of your lives.
Experimental law variations. These new laws in the game of rugby have many people confused. Here's a little help to try and simplify the new laws at the scrum. The offside line for the player not in the scrum or involved in putting the ball into the scrum is 5 meters from the back foot of the last player in the scrum. Note that the scrum half is the only player within the 5-meter area from the scrum. If the defending scrum half moves 1 meter away from the scrum, he must then drop back 5 meters.
Better platform to operate from. The 5-meter rule worked pretty well, didn't it? And look at that was Lowak.
If he wants to get to the ball in the opposition side, he cannot advance further than the rearmost foot of the attacking team. When any player crosses the offside line, they will concede a penalty. For any other offences, for example, incorrect binding or pushing in at an angle, the team will concede a free kick and not a penalty as in the past. The more you know, the better it gets on Supersport.
There is a place with the sole purpose of testing the human spirit. Welcome to the hell of the North, where torture is inevitable. Anguish constantly taunts you, and filth shadows your world. The only thing you can rely on is the size of your heart. The Paris-Roubaix. Only on Supersport. Brought to you by Team Barlow World.
Williams got every advertiser in the corner posts in on the telecast. He moved so much and went corner to corner, which is a good way to move laterally. And Cintron did not have that kind of movement tonight. And it goes back to something else we talked about at the top. When you have a guy's number, it seems to come up again.
It certainly did look that way tonight, because you would think that the game plan would have been different. You know, knowing the way the first fight turned out, you would think that Cintron would have approached this fight differently. He fell right into Margarito's fight plan, and perhaps, you know, that's because of Margarito. He forces you to fight the way he wants you to fight. We're going to get Tony Margarito right now.
All right, so Antonio Margarito making his way over to Wally Matthews, and we'll have that interview, and we'll hear from the winner. Go ahead, Wally.
All right, thank you, Dave. I'm here with Tony Margarito. Ricardo Jimenez will translate for us. Ricardo, tell him that this was basically the same fight that they fought the first time around. Did he expect it to go exactly the same way?
Básicamente la misma pelea de la primera. ¿Viste que tú pensabas que iba a ser así?
Bueno, lo mencioné, ¿no? Me siento muy fuerte, lo había mencionado. Un poquito, aguantó un poquito más que la primera, pero sabíamos que lo teníamos.
I knew it would be like this, you know. I was worried that he would last a lot longer because he was taking a lot of shots, but, you know, I thought it was the same fight as the first one.
Were you surprised? Ask me if you were surprised that Cintron chose seemingly to fight his kind of a fight, to fight on the inside, to trade punches with him, and really took a lot more punishment than maybe he should have.
¿Te sorprendió que hizo la pelea esa de golpearse los dos en lugar de boxearte?
Bueno, él lo había mencionado primero que me iba a boxear, entró a mi intercambio de golpes y para mí dije, es más fácil. Estuve bloqueando un poco sus golpes, pero yo sabía que cuando entrara los míos, lo iba a lastimar.
You know, that's what they were saying, that they were going to box me, but obviously I wouldn't let him do that. He was in here with me. It was my fight. I was going to make him fight.
Now, the past year or so since the Clottey fight, perhaps Tony Margarito's reputation has gone down a little bit. Does he feel like he's regained some of that stature tonight?
Mucha gente piensa que bajaste un poco después del triunfo de Clottey, que no ha sido el mismo de hace un año. ¿Qué le dijiste a esta gente hoy?
No. Tenemos toda la gente en contra, ¿no? Pero yo soy como el tornado. Cuando piensan que va, regresa con más fuerza y así lo demostré.
You know, I'm just like the tornado. When you think it's gone, I come right back at you, so I'm right here.
All right, the tornado blew away Kermit Citron tonight. Let's go back to David ringside.
All right, Wally, yes, he did. And he went through quite a night in Margaritoville. So Antonio Margarito stamps his name in the lobbying meeting with this man, Miguel Cotto, who now goes to work against Alfonso Gomez for the WBA Welterweight Championship. As you see the night view of Atlantic City, the ocean, the casinos, gaming, enjoying a renaissance and celebrating its 30th year here, and boxing has been a major component of the Atlantic City entertainment picture. It's been pretty much like a side-by-side cousin. As you've seen casino revenues go up, you have seen major boxing events come in. This is the town that hosted tons of fights, Tyson Spinks era, so many great fights over the years. And Miguel Cotto will now be moving up next to take on Alfonso Gomez. And if he takes care of business, in 3 months, we may see Margarito Cotto. At least half of that formula has come in so far.
Yeah, you know, and I tell you what, Cotto now has a tough act to follow. He really does. And, you know, if you recall, when we were in this building in December of 2006, I told you Margarito disappointed the crowd that night against Josh Clottey. Pretty much had to struggle to retain his title that night. Cotto, of course, looked sensational in the main event, and the fight never happened. Now, you know, this time the roles are reversed. Let's see what happens.
Let's take a look at the weigh-in. Alfonso Gomez and Cotto.
And Cotto just looks so much healthier as a welterweight than he did as a junior welterweight. I mean, this guy, you know, a lot of his problems, I think, with his chin, with the fact that, you know, he seemed to be, and we'll take a look at the tail of the tape here, I think a lot of it had to do with weight issues. Now, the main stat there you got to look at is that there is a significant reach advantage for Gomez. Whether he can use it remains to be seen.
All right, 10 points to the winner of a round. No standing 8 count, 3 knockdown rule. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell at all. Doctor or referee can stop the fight. Accidental foul, you go to the scorecards after round 4. Now, we talked about Cotto's popularity here. This has also been a very friendly building for Alfonso Gomez because he issued the biggest statement and won the biggest fight of his career here last July, retiring Arturo Gatti.
Yeah, who was a huge favorite here. He was the house fighter here at Boardwalk Hall.
You could have heard the thud in here as all the gaming executives watched the cash cow.
I hate to see
realize
it.
that's it. Well, you know, it had been quite a ride for Gatti in Atlantic City since 2002, and then they kept trying to get a little bit more out of it.
And deservedly so. Yeah. I mean, he had some great nights here.
And they thought that in fighting Gomez, they'd be preserving him for one more payday, and Gomez shocked all of that. So here he is, Alfonso Gomez, who is at this time enjoying the best fighting of his career, coming off several good performances in which he's elevated his game. Mentioned the win over Gatti and then also a win over Ben Taki. So he's ranked number 10 now in the WBO, and basically he has improved probably about maybe 25% over the past year or so. So as good as he is, he will bring it into this ring tonight.
Yeah, he's got a really tough assignment, though, here. I mean, it's one thing, you know, to fight on the Contender or to fight Arturo Gatti, who obviously was a shot fighter by the time they fought, but you go up against Miguel Cotto, probably at his peak right now, and at a weight that he finds comfortable. He doesn't have a problem making weight. Relentless body puncher. You're asking a lot for some event tonight.
Well, the Gatti fight got him this. So this is his payoff for having done well there, and basically the business name of the game. So he gets the dubious pleasure of stepping up in class to fight Miguel Cotto. But a guy that's given an honest effort, done everything asked of him in the last couple of years.
And he sounded very, very confident this week. Now, here's the thing that, you know, needs to be pointed out. He's only got 8 knockouts on his record. And if you recall, now, nobody thinks Paulie Malignaggi is a puncher. He certainly is, probably less of a puncher than Gomez. However, he is a superior boxer and very fast. If you can't hurt Miguel Cotto, you've got to outbox him, and I wonder if Alfonso Gomez is capable of that.
Well, whatever he would be capable of, probably would start with that reach that was talked about on the graphic, and he's got to create some opportunities behind that. But this is a guy who right now is riding the wave.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a 4-inch reach advantage, which could be significant if used. Now, very much like Tony Margarito, Miguel Cotto generally does not let you fight the fight you want to fight.
2007, a scintillating year for him with the wins over Zab Judah and Shane Mosley in New York. You know, a lot of people who don't even follow boxing to become boxing fans.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people thought that Mosley would do better against Cotto than he did. Yeah, he did do well late in the fight, but I thought something very indicative happened in the ring right after the fight, because I worked that fight, and I was in there waiting to interview Miguel Cotto. Oscar De La Hoya, who was the co-promoter of the fight, was in there. He was Mosley's guy, obviously. And I grabbed De La Hoya off camera, and I said, "You want to fight this guy?" And he said, "No way."
All right. You don't hear too many people calling for his scalp.
No. Carlos Beltran, fresh off a Met loss today. Ben Sheets of the Brewers.
Looks like he got over it.
Yeah, I think he did. Probably on the helicopter ride down here.
Lupe Contreras has our introductions.
From Boardwalk Hall, Atlantic City, New Jersey, this is the main event of the evening, being brought to you by Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated, in association with the Tournament of Contenders. Main events, the Rums of Puerto Rico and Tecate. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Welterweight Championship of the World. Supervising for the WBA, York Van Nixon. The judges scoring this bout are from South Africa, Stanley Christodoulou. From New Jersey, Eugene Grant. And from Pennsylvania, Alan Rubenstein. Third man in the ring is referee Randy Newman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mexico and Puerto Rico once again for a world title. We find out who is El Más Macho. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he steps in wearing white trunks trimmed in gold and blue. He weighed in officially at 147 pounds with a professional record of 18 victories, only 3 losses, 2 draws, and 8 of his victories coming by way of knockout. One of the stars of the Contenders Season 1, representing Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, And fighting out of Los Angeles, California, Alfonso Gomez. And in the red corner, he steps in wearing black trunks trimmed in white. He weighed in officially at 146.5 pounds. Since representing his homeland of Puerto Rico in the 2000 Olympics, he's gone on to compile an undefeated professional record consisting of 31 victories, with 25 of those victories coming by way of knockout, including 2 world titles, defending his WBA welterweight championship of the world. De Caguas, Puerto Rico, Boricua to the bone, Miguel Ángel Cotto.
Well, Alfonso Gomez is the real-life Rocky in this contest. He is stepping way up in class. See how it works out.
Yeah, you know, in one sense, well, let's listen to the referee's instructions, and then I'll tell you what was on my mind.
Gentlemen, it's a world championship fight. You both know the rules have been thoroughly gone over. I want you to remember 2 things. I want you to obey my commands, and most importantly, defend yourselves at all times. Now shake hands and come out of the bell.
I'm going to say, in one sense, it's the kind of fight that Cotto could overlook, could maybe, you know, come up a little bit, I don't want to say flat, but a trapped fight where you're looking past this guy. However, the bottom line is at some point it becomes a fight, and the better fighter will win.
All right, so here we go. Cotto and Gomez. When Gomez fought Gatti, he was able to capitalize on all types of defensive deficiencies that Gatti had, which brought him into the fight. Now, it will be a different story here, and so the key is whether he's able to adjust to fewer opportunities.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I mean, Gatti had a lifetime of tough fights, you know, 3 or 4 weight classes. Fought some guys who were just too big for him, beat some guys maybe he shouldn't have beaten, got hit with a ton of punches. Cotto has had a much easier road through his career than Arturo Gatti had. However, let me just say that Gomez, for a novice and a guy who's taking a huge step up, does not seem awed by the moment.
He'll try to get right hand going behind a jab. Cotto tried to catch him. Good jab by Cotto, slipping through.
This is generally, just like with Margarito, this is generally the most vulnerable part of the fight for Cotto, early in the fight.
He's got some people who want to see him box for a few rounds anyway. They chant his name.
I'm sure they won't be disappointed if he chooses to slug right away. Showing a good jab tonight, Cotto.
Good slicing jab by Cotto.
Something that he doesn't use all that much because he has such a terrific left hook.
Gomez coming forward. Cotto moving laterally, gets the jab and then very calm and control.
Another real good jab from Cotto.
3 exquisite jabs in this round by Cotto. Gomez trying to find room at the body, but he's got to get inside that jab first. And he just gets sliced every time he tries to get inside that jab.
He has shown no side-to-side movement at all yet.
This is the type of fight where you could see Gomez cutting from these type of slashing jabs by Cotto.
He's already reddening, but you can see the difference in the hand speed. Now Cotto fooling around. He actually turned southpaw here for a little while.
Gomez tried to load up with his little chance. Well, Gomez was a jabbing, Cotto a jabbing master with the right hand.
He got hurt with that.
He wobbled Gomez at the end of it.
Wow.
He sent 2 messages in the opening round.
Yes, you can't win, and what was the other one?
I'm getting ready to throw my big right hand. Just to let you know.
Está entrando el jab, él se para y también está el jab. Para adelante, mueve la
They're
cabeza.
telling him move side to side. You don't have to speak Spanish to see that. Tell him he's catching you with the jab, move side to side.
Inmediatamente. Respirame duro un par de veces, vamos. Sigue respirando. La manita izquierda tienes que mantenerla alta. Y más cuando vas a entrar. Trabájame, que ese tipo no aguanta abajo.
Let's take a look at some round 1 action. You'll see there's the jab from Cotto and then the right hand behind it. And one of those right hands just before the bell actually buckled Gomez's knees.
The speed at which it came behind the jab added something to it. So Miguel Cotto,
there it was,
doing whatever he wants so far against Alfonso Gomez, and not a huge surprise. He's a 7-1 favorite. Late in the afternoon, back in Las Vegas where betting was legal.
Him up, him up.
And he is fighting like a 7-1 favorite. Good body shots here by Cotto.
Conducted his whole day like a 7-1 favorite. He sat out here for most of the undercard. Good right hand again by Cotto.
Good left hook to the body there by Cotto.
You know, in every way, Gomez is just overmatched. You can see the difference in physicality, how much stronger Cotto looks. His body just looks tighter and stronger. Punches are shorter.
Then there's the intangible speed factor that he's just not using.
Yeah. It's a big step up in class. You're absolutely right.
You fight some guys and you land a right hand against them, and you fight Cotto and you get that right hand cocked and he's gone.
And that is the patented Cotto left hook to the body.
And then there's a left uppercut sneaking through as well. But he is sitting down on his punches a lot more here in round 2.
And let's not forget, you know, as I said before, only 8 KOs on the record of Gomez. Cotto probably does not have a lot to worry about in getting into a slugfest with this guy.
The jab by Cotto. Good left hook by Cotto. Gomez trying to loop a shot over the top, which does not get there.
You can just hear the snap on the punches from Cotto.
Cotto is waiting for Gomez to throw his punches to open up his body more so he can drill him with 2.
Yeah, plus he knows he's faster. He knows he's faster. He can let Gomez throw first and he can pull the trigger quicker. His hands will get there first.
Tangible benefit of
right
speed.
to the body.
So many ways that Cotto can hurt this guy, and we've got our first knockdown.
Hey, okay.
Gomez is just fighting a guy who's on a different world level.
Yeah, and you know what? The look that crossed Gomez's face when he got up pretty much said that he realizes it, if he hadn't before.
So Cotto drilling Gomez to the body and head, and he hurts him again. It's a matter of when he decides to go in and parlay it.
Yeah, it appears that Cotto can end this whenever he wants. And, you know, Gomez, we'll get through 2 rounds here, but Gomez's balance looks bad. His legs are wide apart.
It's just a matter of does Cotto want a knockout or a highlight reel knockout?
Bien. Respirando duro. Sí, camina y más, maneja de más tu jab y tira con ganas.
Tell him to use his jab. You know what? Using your jab against Cotto is inviting a left hook counter. Said to him, don't tell me, okay, do it. Take a look at some of the damage that Cotto did in this round. Left hook to the body. That was earlier, and then the knockdown came from a right underneath the left elbow. And there you see it.
You know, You rarely see in boxing a knockdown with a body shot.
Yeah.
And when you see a guy do it, it's usually one of the very best in the game.
Yep, and that would be Cotto.
Into round 3 we go. Miguel Cotto in the black trunks. All over Alfonso Gomez, who has made a major step up in class, going after Cotto's WBA welterweight championship. Gomez only has the 8 knockouts, 18-3.
You got to give Gomez a lot of credit, man. I tell you, he's game as hell. He's standing in there trading punches with this guy, even though he's got to realize, you know, it's probably a lost cause. But he's not backing off, and he's not running, and he's not covering up.
Now he's going to give as good of an account of himself as he can. And you always have to keep punching and hope that you might get lucky.
But we've seen guys with a lot more skill than Gomez, you know, not fight nearly as bravely as this kid is fighting right now.
Tries to come at Cotto. Misses with a wild hand, and then Cotto works that body again. Then there's a sneaky uppercut. It was like a residual shot, too. It wasn't even his main one, but Gomez walked into it. There's that left hook to the body by Cotto. A couple right hand follows. Gomez tries to hook, and he's standing straight up now. He is vulnerable.
But you know what? You kind of get the feeling that Cotto is fighting under a very controlled pace. It's almost like, you know, a hard sparring session. Like he wants a few rounds, and, you know, when he gets tired of it, he'll end it. That's the way it looks now.
Cotto jabbing and moving as Gomez tries to come underneath.
Little showboat from Cotto, that's unusual.
Then throws the jab after the right hand bolo. Left hook to the body gets in. Now he toys with the lefty angle again.
That's been Gomez's best punch of the fight, is that left hook to the body. He's landed it a bunch of times.
Takes a few here from Cotto and keeps coming forward.
But, you know, you don't hook with a hooker, and you don't body punch with Miguel Cotto.
Cotto moving laterally now and looking to pop something in with Gomez coming at him.
See, like right there, Cotto clearly not pressing the issue. He's looking to get some rounds in.
Yeah, there were points in round 2 where it looked like they would not reach this point.
Absolutely.
But Gomez gets to the end of round 3.
Oh, barely. And there he goes.
Give you any confidence going into round 4, however.
No. That's 2 10-8 rounds in a row for Cotto.
We're going to watch closely, all right? You're taking a lot of shots.
Lo que tienes que hacer, lo único que tienes que hacer es estar moviéndote y atina tus golpes, nosotros, ya no te muevas, ya.
They tell him to keep moving, keep moving. You know what? It's a lot easier said than done. Cotto closes up the ring in a hurry. Let's take a look at what happened here in round 3. Double left hook, you'll see it to the body, and then it's actually the body shot that hurt him again. The left hook to the head kind of grazed. Relentless pressure from Cotto.
Well, as we get ready for round 4, it will be interesting to see what happens if Miguel Cotto goes right back to that body shot that he fired at the end of round 3. You get the sense he could end the fight if he did that.
I get the sense he doesn't really want to end the fight.
Not really stepped it up after a knockdown on Alfonso Gomez, but he's all over Gomez here as we're in the 4th round.
You got some blood from the left eye of Gomez?
Looks that way. Cotto now experiments with lefty again. Then works the body, then fires the hook. Gomez determined to go out on his sword if that's how it works. He's going to fire until the very end.
Wow. This is, you know, Cotto is treating this like a good, hard workout. That's really what he's doing here. And to his credit, Gomez is not giving up. He knows what's going on in there.
Yeah, he's still firing shots. Too much speed. What a left hook by Cotto. Just a little bit faster on that left hook. Gomez tried the hook, and he got caught.
You can see, you know, the effects of the punches there. The left eye of Gomez reddening, the right eye starting to swell up a bit. He's taken a ton of punishment already. We're only halfway through round 4.
Great, no punch.
Gomez continues to be game and to come forward and to fire everything he's got. And then he pays for it.
And Cotto fighting like a man who knows he's in absolutely no danger. You know, if it was a different opponent, a little bit more dangerous guy, you might say, hey, Cotto should just get him out of there and not take chances.
Instead, we see him going lefty here.
One thing I got to say about Gomez, he's shown a pretty good chin because he has shown very little reaction to head punches. Of course, he's been down twice from body shots.
Good hook to the body again by Cotto. These are the punches that Gomez may feel next week.
And again, you see Cotto not pressing the attack. You know, happy to let the round run its course.
Tira con todo lo que traigas, por favor, pero bien parado.
Tell him to throw everything you have.
Ahí bien parado. Ahí tira con lo que tenga.
They're not happy with the roundhouse punches. It said stand correctly and throw straight.
¿Estás muy cansado?
No, estoy bien. How we doing here? How we doing, Alfonso, all right? Well, listen, one more round, okay? You're really getting hit with a lot of shots. I'm concerned, all right? You better make something happen, okay? We're going to stop this fight, all right?
Now you heard the doctor say one more round. And here's the reason why.
Guys, close it.
You just see that Cotto teeing off, able to land pretty much anything he wants. Switch back and forth between orthodox and southpaw at will without any fear of reprisal.
So into round 5 we go. Could be the last one here between Miguel Cotto, 31-0, 25 knockouts, and Alfonso Gomez, 18-3 with 8 knockouts. Utter domination by Cotto, a 7-1 favorite. We're in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I'm Dave Bontempo, along with Wally Matthews. Glad you've joined us for this telecast, so you can watch a showcase of one of the best in boxing, Miguel Cotto.
Yeah, you know, when you see a fight like this, sometimes you wonder, and you're happy to see an Alfonso Gomez get a title shot and get a good payday, but, I mean, really, wasn't there a more viable contender for Miguel Cotto to fight tonight?
That's why they're called optional defenses.
You're not kidding. It's like an elective in school when you take, you know, basket weaving or something.
And you have the A already before you even go to class the first day.
I mean, look, we're not making fun of Alfonso Gomez here, just that the two fighters are clearly on different planes.
No, Alfonso Gomez has parlayed the high-pressure fights that he's been in to get through almost all the contender, then fight well as a pro, the win over Gaddy. He's setting himself up for a life after boxing with these last 3 performances.
Yeah, no, and he's shown poise here tonight. Just, you know, the skill level is just, it's too wide a gap.
Cotto with the jab. He's had Gomez down a couple times. Gomez, to the consternation of the doctors, maybe being a little too brave for his own good, so they're warning him.
The doctor said, you got to show me something.
And you don't hear that much from the doctor.
And that should be enough.
Randy Newman looking over, waiting for somebody to make the decision, or else he'll have to.
One of the guys is closing up. I mean, he really has very little chance to win this fight. You would hope at some point the corner would say, you know, nice try, let's come back another day.
Before the knockdown, making the point that you don't see the doctors weigh in too much and say what they're going to do.
Yeah.
That's how glaring it is, and how much the ringside doctors know that they have to make a stand here.
I thought that was great. The doctor laid it right out. He said, you're taking a lot of punishment. If you don't show me something this round, you know, that's going to be it.
And usually, you know, you may see a doctor confer with the referee and whisper something in the ear to watch something closely, but in this case, the doctor laid it right out for the fighter. Well, they got their round, and they have another knockdown, so it will be another decision to be made in the corner of Gomez.
Yeah, because you know what? Referee Randy Newman, I think he's a real good referee, and he was a good heavyweight in his day, but he's not squeamish, all right? He does not have a quick trigger.
Although some said when Mike Tyson fought Carl Williams here that he did. But what he is he's a former fighter,
yes.
And he has empathy for what a fighter is going through.
Let me take a look at the eye. I think we're going to stop this fight. You can't
Come on, Doc. Give it one round.
I think that's it. I think that's it.
It's a good move, and it's also one of the rare times you see a physician stop the fight.
Yeah.
Nobody goes against the physicians, but you don't usually see such a strident posture by the physician, and it's appropriate.
I think it's a good move, absolutely.
Yep.
You know, it's disappointing for Gomez, but, you know,
well,
you live to fight another day.
The system is set up to take the heat off of Gomez and let somebody else make the call.
Right.
Which they did.
Takes it off the corner. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you can't argue. When a doctor tells you to stop boxing, you know what? It's a good idea to stop.
So it's over after round 5.
And I don't think anybody could argue that, you know, it wasn't the right time. I'm sure Gomez could prefer to still be fighting, try to go the distance here, but quite obviously this argument was settled.
Nobody even made the fake. What do you mean?
Yeah.
They all understood it. You know, he gave it everything he had, but it's on another level.
See the left hook there, and it was really a jab that put him down there. I mean, at this point, Gomez's legs are gone. He's getting tired. He's taking a lot of punishment. I think it's a real smart stoppage. He just basically ran into a short jab there.
Well, you pursue your boxing dream. Sometimes the dream comes to an end.
Start of round number 6. Your winner, by way of technical knockout and still the WBA welterweight champion of the world, de Caguas, Puerto Rico, Miguel Ángel Cotto.
So now both fighters have done their part tonight. Antonio Margarito getting an earlier victory, and then Miguel Cotto dominating as expected here and looking like the 7-1 favorite that he is in getting his victory over Alfonso Gomez. So presumably this would set up July 26 for Miguel Cotto and Antonio Margarito, if everybody can agree on the dollars. So in the hubbub, in the hullabaloo, Cotto will make the rounds with interviews, and one of them will be with Wally Matthews. And when we get that, we will bring it right to you. Miguel Cotto goes to 32-0 with 26 knockouts. All right, so Wally, here we go. We talk about the fact that now both fighters have done their job tonight to set up that next fight.
You know, and I just asked Bob Arum, you know, what's the story now? He says July 26, we're doing it. You know, so perhaps here, site undetermined yet, could be here. But as of now, I think we're finally going to get Cotto and Margarito, and I'll tell you what, man, I look forward to that one.
I think a lot of the particulars were worked out in advance based on expectations here. So, and this is one time where the guys knew what was coming, but neither guy fell into a trap.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. You know, you can make the argument that, you know, obviously Paul Williams put the kibosh on the last one, the one before that. You know, Margarito's showing against Clottey probably put the delay on that one, but now there really doesn't seem to be anything legitimate that can stand in the way of it. But then again, it is boxing, and who knows what can happen. Maybe tomorrow Floyd Mayweather says, I want to fight Cotto.
You know, before this fight, people were saying, well, where's Cotto going to go after this? He's had the big fights against Zab Judah and Shane Mosley. What's there for him? Well, now they manufactured something.
I like Margarito for him. I think that out there at some point he's going to fight Mayweather. I mean, you may see De La Hoya fight him at some point. I think there's quite a bit out there.
Yeah, he might go up a division. It
could go up to 54. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, just moving from 140 to 147, I think has done him a world of good.
147-pound division, one of the hottest right now. Well, there's one vote for Cotto versus Floyd Mayweather. And Wally, it seems tame up there, only about 100 people.
Yeah, so I think the ring may collapse underneath us, but we should be able to hold out for a few more minutes. All right, we're going to get Cotto over here right now.
All right.
All right, he's being led around here. We have to run the gauntlet of people out of here, and here's with me now. Miguel Cotto is with me now.
All right,
Miguel,
take it away.
Congratulations. Pretty easy night tonight, wasn't it?
Not the easy way you saw him out the ring, but was a good fight.
It seemed at times you were looking to get some work in. It looked like at times you had him hurt and didn't press your advantage. Is that what was happening in there?
No, I just tried to make my own work, you know. I just tried to make my own fight, and that's what happened this night.
All right, now Bob Arum's saying that you're going to fight Margarito on July 26th. Is that the fight that you want next?
I'm going to fight anybody. No, I'm not matter who I'm going to face on July. If it's Margarito, I'm prepared for him.
Now, I know that you were getting ready for your own fight when Margarito was in the ring. Did you get to see any of him at all tonight against Cintron?
I saw a little of the fight, the ending part, but I think was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, did you think Margarito looked any better than he has in his most recent fights? Because he's had, you know, some ups and downs recently.
I don't know. He and his group are the guys who has to recognize that. I just can't recognize my work this night.
All right, now I heard you say that you'll fight anybody, but, you know, to me, the three guys I want to see Miguel Cotto fight are Margarito, Floyd Mayweather, and perhaps De La Hoya down the road. What do you think the chances are of any of those?
No matter who my company put in front of me, I'm going to face him. I'm going to prepare for him, and I'm going to beat him.
All right, so Miguel Cotto tonight takes care of business against Alfonso Gomez. Tentatively scheduled to fight Tony Margarito July 26th, but he says bring on anybody. Back to David ringside.
All right, Wally, so we'll take a look at that, and I think that they'll have their fight on July 26th, but they leave the options open in case, for whatever reason, the negotiations don't go as well as they think they're going now, in case somebody throws in some late requests. But that's one the fans would like, and you bring the fights to the people, they'll come out. Cotto, a hot commodity, and the fight with Margarito is one that will bring out a lot of interest. And both fighters winning tonight in a way that would make that fight sort of imperative. If you want to promote a fight, you want two guys to come together, and you showcase them on a card, well, you want them both to come up big, and you want them both to get resounding victories with exclamation points attached. And Margarito did that first with his win over Kermit Cintron, and then it was Miguel Cotto doing what was expected and getting his victory after 5 rounds. In fact, such an emphatic sense of dominance that the ringside physician came in and stopped the fight after 5 rounds. So Miguel Cotto, well, he got his breather fight tonight. One that did not tax him too much and will leave him in good stead to fight in a couple of months.
Boy, a lot harder to get out of that ring than it was to get in.
It was down to 100 when you were starting the interview. I think you had to pay a toll when you left ringside, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. Wow, you know, you look at the final punch numbers, and Cotto just, you know, outlanded 3-1, and clearly, you know, Gomez was outclassed. But I got to tell you, Cotto, and I'm sure you saw it on the screen, had a nice little fat lip. Obviously, he had tasted a couple of shots, got hit with a couple of decent right hands, and I thought he also caught a couple of good left hooks to the body.
Well, the big number, 125 to 46, is the power punch numbers landed in favor of Cotto. So that one, 2.5 to 1 on the power. But yeah, Gomez, it's power if it's not a jab.
Right, it's really a relative term.
That could be a 6 to 1 edge, really, based on how hard those other shots were really getting in. And it's a guy that came in, he knew he was a favorite, and fought the way favorites are supposed to.
Yeah, you know, the other thing I think is surprising in the statistics is that Cotto threw a lot of jabs tonight. And I thought threw them very, very well. Threw 156 jabs, landed on 63 of them. I mean, you know, that's pretty good. 40% connect percentage. And by contrast, Gomez only landed 17 jabs over 5 rounds.
And that was supposed to be his meal ticket with the reach advantage. So that shows us some good defensive maneuvers by Cotto.
It also shows you and also the pressure. You know, Cotto is always too close for Gomez to be landing jabs, and that's very, very important. That's a big part of his game.
I was making the point when you were in the ring and coming back that, you know, when you put two guys in for a showcase and you say, okay, we want the winners of this fight to fight each other, what you like to have is an impressive performance by both, so you have something to sell.
Absolutely.
And they got what they wanted tonight in that respect.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is a lot of things can happen between now and July. Hopefully, you know, this comes to fruition because I really think it's a great match. I mean, you know, I'm not sure which one takes a backward step in that one. In fact, I mean, just from the fact that Cotto has shown vulnerability to punches in some other fights, you might give a slight edge to Margarito just because of the styles involved. I mean, you're talking about two guys who are going to trade punches at close range. It's going to be very much like the Margarito-Cintron fight tonight. I mean, they're going to fight, you know, very close to one another, trade left hooks, both of them throw terrific left hooks, and it's really going to come down to who's more durable.
And there will be a lot of attention on that fight because you make a statement like that and then somebody, when they discuss, will say, oh, but you know what, you know, Cotto's at the top of his game, he'll stop those punches, but, and you get the discussion, and that's what you need
to
make
great debate. Absolutely.
So the verdict is in here in Atlantic City. The debate is over as Margarito gets the best of Cintron, and he was a slight underdog.
That's crazy. I'm sorry, I don't see that. I mean, I assume that was based on the fact that, you know, he had a couple of subpar performances, and Cintron was now a champion, but they were still the same two fighters who met 2 years ago. You know, I mean, I don't see what really changed.
That's why you have the fights.
And you saw the fight, and it was the same fight. It was the exact same fight.
They were on different levels, too.
Cintron fought well, but I mean, you know, his style just does not translate to survival with Margarito.
So the fans starting to file out. They go across. They'll be hitting the gaming parlors, which is the other half of the dynamic as to where boxing matches end up.
You know, if there's anything disappointing about tonight, you would have liked the main event to be more competitive, because Margarito-Cintron was competitive, and the fact that both guys were hitting each other with pretty good shots. Margarito is a superior in terms of taking punches. He's got a great chin, very durable guy, and that just made it impossible for Cintron to win, but at least it was competitive. This I didn't really think was competitive.
No, it was a walkover. It was the Rocky syndrome, and it came out 7-1.
This is the way Rocky goes when somebody, when a Hollywood guy isn't writing the script.
That's right. Well, this is what Rocky really means.
Right.
All right, so this comes to a conclusion. Victories for Margarito and also Miguel Cotto. Wally, your closing thoughts on the night?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad that the two guys kept up each of their ends of the bargain, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the two of them in here. Let's hope it happens.
All right, you took a look at Carlos Beltran, and then Margarito and Cintron, And then our main event.
Beltran he better be back at Shea Stadium because I'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll be keeping tabs. Well, it's been a nice night of boxing. Thanks for joining us. For our crew and for Wally Matthews, this is Dave Bontempo saying so long, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
The beat that can be beat.
Oh my goodness. The boxing world better pay attention to this guy. Right now, put him up. We're seeing the birth of a star. That's what I want. Don't want to see what happens to you if you don't. Put your hands up. Right now, get him up. He's a bad boy.
The beat,
you don't want him to come for you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Better give it up, don't be no fool. Firepower. How's that so cool now? Just too good. Give me what I want, cause that's what I want. Don't want to see what happens to you if you don't. Put your hands up. Right now, get them up. Better get them up now.
Totally focused, nothing else in the world exists but the job in hand that he has to do.
Seconds away from this crucial Grand Prix. Wow, they're side by side. An absolutely sensational performance. Raikkonen wins, and he is right back in the championship hunt now.
Formula One, driven by imagination. The Spanish Grand Prix. Live only on Supersport. Proudly sponsored by Tiger Wheel and Tire.
Welcome to Boxing A to Z, the definitive alphabet record of great fight action through the years. And in this edition, we get in the ring with the letter N. Kicking off our selection for the letter N is Jose Napoles. After turning his back on communist Cuba, he went to the USA and ruled the welterweights for 7 years. In 1969, he stopped Curtis Coates to lift the title with a 13th round TKO. And in the rematch, he did the same, this time in the 10th. In 1973, he took on American Ernie Lopez for his 9th title defense.
Jose Napoles, unquestionably one of the finest welterweights of all time, but Ernie Lopez, with his back to us now, he's very much a live challenger. Lopez, who has the ring nickname Indian Red, he's part Ute Indian, part Scottish-Irish. Napoles, born in Cuba, fighting out of Mexico, moved away after Fidel Castro banned boxing, or banned professional boxing. And here in the 4th defense of his title. Napoles has the ring nickname Mantequilla, called that by the Spanish fans, and the reason being that they think he's as smooth as butter. Well, let's see if he is tonight. Lopez has really gone in there quickly. Very, very game fighter, and unquestionably world class. Lopez, 24 years old. Napoles, 5 years older at 29. Lopez got this title chance by knocking out Hedgemon Lewis in the 10th round back in October.
a quien también derrotó por nocaut en México.
And he's really fancying his chances here.
El título, llegando fuerte, el indio rojo. Ustedes debieron conectar derechas e izquierdas sobre la cara de mantequilla.
Naples unbeaten since 1966. He's taking a few shots from Lopez in the early stages here in the first round. Good left hand from Lopez. Good body shot from the challenger. Oh, you saw the hand speed there, though, of Naples.
La buena izquierda con mucha habilidad, con su maestría habitual. Conectó Mantequilla.
Oh, left hand from Naples. Lopez got through with the left of the body, and he was caught by a perfect little left counter from Naples. He's been stunned. I think he's all right. But you saw the blinding hand speed of Jose Naples there. Well, anxious times now for Lopez, who'd started so well. And he's bravely coming forward. But Mantequilla, Jose Naples, in round one, has his man down, and is now looking to go in there unloading big bombs, and he's looking to take Lopez out. Oh, another good right hand from Naples. Full credit though for Lopez. He's not taking a backward step. I'm not sure how wise that is. He's getting in there and looking to trade with Naples, looking to macho it out. And a dramatic opening round, and Naples has his man down. And from then on, the pattern was established. Naples scoring points, picking up the rounds, and here we go into round 9. Jose Naples, the defending champion, on the right-hand side of the picture, in control, with the one knockdown in the opening round. Now looking as though he's on his way to retaining his title. Lopez, a big favourite in Los Angeles.
Con esa inspiración que le vino a partir del séptimo episodio. Inspiración en grado.
Of course, a big Hispanic population in LA, and they're firmly behind the champion Naples. Picking Lopez off with that left jab. And in all honesty, the further this fight has gone, the more one-sided it's become. Oh, good hand speed again from Naples. That was a real smart combination, left-right. Thudded into the jaw of the challenger. Now looking to mix it up with the hook. Lopez so game, doesn't like to take a backward step, but he's being forced to do so by this relentless jab of Naples. Naples tonight in his 64th professional fight. Had a brilliant amateur career, and he's carrying that out through the pro ranks. Lopez gamely trying to go to the body, trying to get Naples to drop his guard. Such good footwork as well from the champion. Good left hand. Lopez felt that one. Just for a moment he looked as though he was stung by that left hook.
Última pelea fue en octubre frente a Emil Griffith. Y lo alcanzó con ese amplio golpe.
Sugar Ray Robinson, incidentally, a fascinated observer, I'm sure, at ringside. Oh, good left hand from Lopez. Still in there and still dangerous. And good body shots as well, came off the ropes well.
Pero qué trabajo le costó dominar a este retador.
Great right hand from Naples. Terrific right hand, that was the one which did the damage. Lopez has been stunned by it. Bravely he's getting back to his feet, he's getting the standing 8 count. The referee, Larry Rosadilla, says he's fit to go on, but I think the bell probably saved him. And it continued to be Naples completely in control. Gamely coming forward, Ernie Lopez, but now the action is picked up in the 15th and final round. Naples getting $100,000 tonight in defense of this title. Many people comparing him now with Sugar Ray Robinson. Ray Robinson, in many people's eyes, the finest pound-for-pound fighter who'd ever stepped into a ring. Nápoles, though, if not quite in the same bracket as Ray Robinson, certainly a very, very fine fighter in his own right. And he's making a good fighter in Ernie Indian Red Lopez look distinctly ordinary. Nápoles has been a pro for 11 years. And his first 18 fights in Havana. Now, though, a superstar in his own right in the United States. Good left hand from Lopez. Lopez so brave. He's been down twice. He was down in the opening period, down again in the 9th. But he's still going in there, throwing leather, looking to unload bombs in the final period. Nápoles going to the body now. Mantequilla, the man with the smooth skills.
No cae definitivamente, aunque ha sufrido 2 caídas en el transcurso de la pelea. Una en el primer round, la otra.
Oh, good straight right from Lopez. And he really caught Nápoles there, but Nápoles comes blazing back, and it was a right hand which put him down. Well, what about that? Nápoles took a terrific right hand from Lopez, but he came storming back, and he really has, I think, got nothing left now. Ernie Lopez is in big trouble in there. He's fighting in slow motion. He's on rubbery legs. Nápoles. Oh, he's caught him again. Another big left hand. The referee's having a very close look in there. Nápoles looking to take him out, looking to end this. And he has done. The referee stops it with 22 seconds remaining. Victory for Jose Nápoles.
N was for Nápoles, who fled Castro's Cuba and went on to rule the welterweight division for 7 years. He retired after 84 fights, and he won 77 of them. Before we go any further with our definitive alphabet record of the fight game, here's a look at some other ends from the world of boxing. Age-defying Johnny Nelson proved that the old-timer could still entertain in the cruiserweight division. Italian Nino Benvenuti was the 1968 Ring Magazine Fighter of the Year. Prince Nazim Hamed was born to be king. Sadly, he abdicated before we found out how good he really was. Ken Norton got it on with some of the best ever in the heavyweight division. We'll take a closer look at him later in the show. Still to come on Boxing A to Z, we see if a nun can catch a starling in a modern super fight.
It's a title-deciding weekend in the race for the ABSA Premiership and FA Premier League Championships.
Hey, Disky lovers! Do you want exciting, mouth-watering soccer action? Then tune in to PSL TV. 2 hours of non-stop soccer programming. PSL TV brings you anything and everything from the Premier Soccer League. Catch shows like Extra Time, Mzansi Legends, The Backpages, Love PSL, Ibola Letu, Engine Premier Soccer, Club TV, and much, much more. PSL TV, it's all about the game from 7 to 9 every night, Monday to Friday. It's Super Disky on Super Sport.
Choose your club, choose a name, choose the best, choose a big television, choose the time, choose the action, the speed, the tricks, the talent. Choose unmissable football, football. The goals, the girls, the good times. Choose the game, choose the fans, the flags, the fury, the high stakes. Choose the passion, Choose the ultimate tournament of the #1 sport in the world. Choose the Champions League on SuperSport. On SuperSport.
Next up from the letter N is Michael Nunn, a middleweight and super middleweight champ from the late 80s. This fighter really was second to none. At one time, he was considered to be pound for pound one of the best in the world, possessing a rare combination of size, speed, punching power, and technical boxing knowledge. Fighting out of Davenport, Iowa, this southpaw was one to avoid. In 1990, Marlon Starling got his shot at the IBF middleweight champion.
Round one begins. Ray Leonard, you suggest that you didn't like the way Nunn looked in his corner before the fight.
It was a very, very unsure look. He didn't look too positive. Normally, Michael Nunn gets to the ring and has this arrogance about him. I don't see it now. With Marlon Starling, because he's fighting at a heavier weight, he didn't have to exert himself to make the 147-pound weight limit. He was able to train and relax too.
This is vintage Starling. He's talking already. He pushed Nunn into a corner and tried to aggravate him.
He's been doing it throughout this, since they've been here. He's been trying to make Michael Nunn mad, so Mike, in fact, would try to fight his fight inside.
And as Starling entered the arena today, he went by the trailer which served as Nunn's dressing room and banged on the door and started yelling, "Come on, get out here."
Here what I said about clowning. So Michael's against the ropes. He did that against Iran Barkley, and Barkley telegraphed his punches. With Starling, Starling's punches are a lot shorter and a lot more accurate.
Starling's a much more technically skilled fighter than Iran Barkley. The size disparity, on the other hand, is readily apparent in the ring. Nunn looks down at Starling.
Marlon Starling has an incredible style, very unique, I must say. He keeps those hands up, very, very high, and he's able to deliver punches.
The punch count statistics for round one reflected what you said, Ray, that Starling was picking off most of Nunn's punches with his gloves and his forearms.
And his trainer, Freddie Roach, told Starling to keep on the right hand. There it is again. And also, like to reiterate on Larry, Michael Nunn is standing straight up. He's not bending at all. There's the right hand again. It's going to connect every time.
Get him up. Come on, Marlon.
Well, it did against Hunnigan. Nunn presents a much bigger picture in there than does Lloyd Hunnigan.
What I see here is Starling is far more relaxed than Michael. Michael now is turning to orthodox, which I've never seen him do.
And Starling, in return, turns to southpaw.
Nunn told me the other day that he would have a body attack. I have yet to see body attacks. There was one punch there. Most are arm punches.
And you heard Joe Goosen between rounds urging Nunn to go to the body, but that's not what he's doing now. Wailing away at Starling's gloves.
Keep watching that right hand, Jim.
He's snapping Nunn's head back with the right hand.
Okay, all right. Come on, where's that one?
Thrown by Michael Nunn is not going to get any type of respect from Marlon Starling. He needs to put some body behind those punches. Watch the right hand again by Starling. He's trying to set him up.
Unless Nunn remembers to go to the body, he may get awfully arm-weary banging away against Starling's glove.
There's
like
right
this.
hand again.
And again after the bell. By punch count statistics, against Iran Barkley in a fight in which people thought he didn't look all that great, Nunn landed more than 50% of his punches. He's landing about 20% of his offerings against Starling. That right and left a moment ago might have been the best combination so far in the evening for Nunn. That left landed. He's finally beginning to get past Starling's peekaboo defense.
It's been a tough time for referee Mills Lane to pull these two apart. There is no love loss here. I can't believe Starling's not going to the body of Michael Nunn. Look at the body, it's so exposed.
Hey, Mooch, you're giving them the rounds. Come on, let's get busy. Come on, Mooch. Let's play two.
Starling's corner yelling for him to throw punches. They say he's giving Nunn the round. And there he comes with uppercuts.
Although Starling has thrown some pretty good right hand, not powerful right hand, but they're very accurate. The problem he's making, he's not throwing his combinations. He's not putting his punches together. I don't like it when Michael Nunn stays straight up, erect.
Nunn dominating the action of this round.
Now you see Starling, he retaliates. And when he throws his punches in bunches, you see how many land. Right hand once again, Jim.
Right on the chin.
Come on, here we go.
Nunn starting to work more and more effectively with the jab. Starling has given him more opportunities in this round.
Well, that was a warning by Mills Lane for a low blow. In fact, Joe Goosen was telling Michael to go to the body a lot more. But Michael selects to go to the head. I prefer Mike to stay in the head because when he goes down, he puts his head down.
And when he does that, Starling hits him with the right hand.
Starling just told Michael Nunn that he's hard to hit. Yeah.
He said, I'm hard to hit. You talk about no love lost, Ray. I can't imagine any opponent liking Starling. He's a pest.
He's a great guy. He's a character, I'll tell you that. A punch that I used to play with in the gym was an overhand right. Not a straight right hand, but an overhand right, especially against a tall opponent.
Roundhouse right from Starling fell short. Nunn starting to become more effective inside.
I can't believe Michael Nunn is fighting this way. When he comes in this way, he has a tendency to put his head down, Jimmy. And in doing so, he's very susceptible to shots thrown by the shorter Marlon Starling.
Well, Larry and Harold both have him winning 3 of 4 rounds, and you can't believe he's fighting this way. You see the fight differently?
Well, I just see that Starling's been throwing more punches, although the hand speed of Michael Nunn sometimes has a tendency to mesmerize you. That's why I'm not a judge.
It's maybe a tough fight for judges to evaluate. And 2 of them are the 2 judges who gave Nunn his victory over Iran Barkley in Reno in August.
Michael Nunn's going to find that throwing 2 jabs will open something up. There will be an opening after 2 jabs.
Nunn switched to conventional for a while, now goes back to the southpaw stance. So he goes from throwing left jabs, of which he landed the 2 in a row that you were looking for, to right jabs, coming with the left off of it. And
here, now Mike's clowning here. And this is when Starling should jump in there.
Watch out, 2 hands are free.
Starling just a lot more tentative than he was in the first few rounds, Ray. Could it be that the bigger man's size and weight have gotten to him a little bit?
Fighting a bigger man does wear you down. When you're leaning on each other, the bigger man comes out on top. It's a matter of size here. Now Michael Nunn's going to the body.
Nunn dominating the action here. Starling, for the time being, has stopped throwing punches again.
Very good trick there, stepping on the foot of the taller opponent.
Often happens when a conventional fighter faces a southpaw.
What Starling's doing, he's actually giving away this round. In fact, he's giving away a couple rounds.
He certainly hasn't shown any indication of trying to win this one. And for a man who's been out of the ring 242 days, Nunn now showing little if any sign of ring rust.
Still to come on Boxing A to Z, we continue Michael Nunn versus Marlon Starling for the IBF middleweight crown.
What would happen if a country's finest batsman had to face one of its greatest warriors? Or a seasoned conqueror came to blows with a bullet that knew his weakness? What would happen? Presenting 59 unmissable 2020 matches created to answer cricket's most enticing questions. The phenomenon of the Indian Premier League. 44 days of exhilarating live coverage on your World of Champions. Broadcast proudly brought to you by KFC.
At 2:30 on Sunday, Sundowns and Chiefs will battle it out for the full 3 points. And at 4:55, the Birds will have to deal with the determined Ice Cape Town, who are hoping to regain the lead in the title race. Super Disky on Supersport, proudly brought to you by ABSA. Today, tomorrow, together.
He's trying a little trick again, step on the foot. And that is the case, like you stated earlier, Jim. Fight a tall guy, southpaw, unorthodox.
Nunn casually looking down at his front foot as if to say, all right, I'll watch it if you're going to try to step on it. It's an old story in boxing to see the smaller, quicker man against the bigger, heavier puncher. But as you charted Starling's disadvantages coming into this fight, it was unusual to note that he was going up against a bigger, quicker man.
If I was in Starling's corner, I would just tell him to just go out there and fight. He's not going to win this fight trying to outbox Michael Nunn. Nunn has too many advantages with the height, being a southpaw, being quick, and being younger.
Why is Michael Nunn, after being so successful standing toe-to-toe, suddenly started to dance around the ring?
Well, I think it's safer from his standpoint because, again, the style of Marlon Starling coming with his head. He does throw more punches like now inside, but he also has a chance to set his man up on the outside.
But it is when Nunn goes into retreat and begins to dance around the ring like that his marketability comes into question. The Barkley fight proved one thing. It proved that he won't satisfy the public simply by winning fights.
Well, again, if he's just trying to satisfy the public and not stick to the right formula, it could be fatal for him.
So you're saying it ought to be enough for him to win fights?
Exactly, Jim. When you do what he's got you thus far. I mean, Michael Nunn does not have the body to be a puncher, inside puncher. I think once he wears his opponent down, then it's safe to go inside, but not at the early stage.
The question has always been, would Nunn make it to a level where the public would compel people like Ray Leonard to have to fight him?
There's always talk, Jim. But I think he has nothing to contend with here against Starling.
Starling coming alive, landed a right cross inside. Now Nunn comes back with a fury of his own. The booing begins again. How does that affect Nunn in the ring, Ray? He knows it's there. He knows it's for him.
You'll notice that Michael Nunn will become aggressive all of a sudden because of the reaction of the crowd. The crowd at times plays a significant role in one's performance. If you're not put out enough and the crowd starts booing you, you will become a lot more active.
I don't think the crowd is booing Nunn. I think they want to see more action. They want to see more competition. But I think that's up to Starling to do something about this.
They could probably be booing both fighters.
I think you're wrong. I think they're in the habit of booing Nunn now. I think it's a habit that developed as a result of the Barkley fight and all the abuse he took in the media and from fans as a result of that.
You may be right.
If Marlon Starling's going to ever throw an overhand right, a Ken Norton right hand, it's now or never. Good punch by Michael Nunn. Michael Nunn, he turns his head, he anticipates a right hand. Now, what Starling should do, he should back off and get some leverage here. shot. Those are the kind of shots that slows a big man down. Those shots to the body. Drill those shots to the midsection.
It may be a little late, though, for Starling to be working to the body and trying to slow Nunn down. That might have been a better idea back in rounds 3 and 4. Solid left hand from Starling, but he's landed enough with the right hand to show that he probably can't hurt Nunn.
But also, Jimmy, it must be fair. It's tough to look good against Marlon Starling, too.
Nunn's great hands and feet, giving him a chance to dominate yet another round.
Starling is getting lazy, just laying back, relying on one punch, where we see Michael Nunn just putting his hands together. Punch after punch.
Starling has landed 3 left hands right on the kisser, but they don't bother Nunn, who is standing in to try to deliver more punishment. We come toward the end of the 11th round of a 12-round championship fight. Neither fighter seemingly in danger of leaving the ring anytime soon. Starling had hoped for a future path out of the welterweight division. He doesn't much want to fight WBA welterweight champ Mark Breland for a 3rd time.
Also, no one wants to fight Simon Brown. Another one of the welterweight champions.
Simon Brown has a problem. Everyone avoids him.
He's too good. He's that good. And also, right now, Starling needs to be good. Good right hand, once again, by Starling.
That overhand right is the one that knocked out Mark Breland in Columbia, South Carolina.
That was the right hand that I was talking about earlier that bothers those tall southpaws. Because it comes on the blind side. You can't see it coming.
Crowd is chanting, Marlon, Marlon.
Comes in, he needs to throw something. All he's doing is working his way in. He's not throwing anything. I'm sure fatigue is set in because he's not as active as he was in the early going.
Come on now, come on.
Mills Lane still in the bout. Cautioning Nunn against low blows with a minute to go. Trio of judges will decide whether Michael Nunn keeps his middleweight title.
I think that was a pretty good fight. I think Marlon Starling didn't embarrass himself against the bigger, younger, faster man, but the bigger, younger, faster man was just a little bit too much for him.
Judge at ringside, Gary Merritt, scores about 114, 114, even a draw. Overruled by Judge Art Lurie, who scores about 117 to 111, and Glenn Hamada scoring about 118 to 110 in favor of the winner and still IBF middleweight champion Michael 729.
N was a nun who clipped Starling's wings in a 62-fight career that ended in 2002 when he was jailed for drug possession offences. Norton was never a heavyweight world champion, but is still in the Boxing Hall of Fame as one of the few men to beat Muhammad Ali.
Well, actually, the fights with Ali were very good because he could not get into my head. With Joe Frazier, with George Foreman, he got into their head and they were so angry they couldn't concentrate on what they were doing. And they forgot their battle plan. And you saw what happened. Joe just went crazy. Foreman pointed this stuff out. And Ali took advantage of him.
In their first meeting, Norton prevailed with Ali suffering a broken jaw.
I've watched the tape since that time. And it was the last round with about, there was about 40, 50 seconds left to go. And prior to that point, he was aggressive. At that point, became very defensive, started backing up.
A controversial loss to Ali came next, followed by his first world title shot. George Foreman delivered a heartbreaking second-round knockout to a black Hercules that was well below par.
Well, it wasn't what happened. It was after we got to Caracas, the things that happened there. I brought my parents over to Caracas. It turned out their lives were threatened. It was a lot of chaos. And I was just totally disarray over there. That, again, that's not to take anything away from George, because the result may have been the same.
Today's heavyweight division is often criticized for a lack of depth, especially in comparison to the so-called golden age of heavyweight boxing in the 70s. And Norton can see why.
Number one, we fought 15 rounds for a title fight. Today, they fight 12. And in 9 rounds, they're tired. I think their dedication to the game is not as great as ours was. In our era, there was Foreman, Frazier, Ali, Holmes, came at the end of it, myself, Ernie Shavers, Ron Lyle, Jerry Quarry. There are a lot of individuals who on any given night, one fighter to beat the other.
After an illustrious boxing career that ended in 1981, Norton turned his hand to television acting before tragedy struck.
The A-Team, Mandingo, Drum, All-American Boy. I have quite a few things I was involved in. And I had a real bad car wreck in 1986. I couldn't talk for like days, months, not good. I could not speak what was audible. It was a grumble. I was paralyzed about a year and a half on the right side. I couldn't get around. So it was just, I think God's way of showing me that he gave me a good life. He could take it away just as quick.
Still to come on Boxing A to Z, we have the Dark Destroyer, Nigel Benn. It's going to be explosive.
These are the maestros of Mzansi soccer, the seniors of skill, the veterans of the game. Flashback to the days when soccer ruled the nation. Witness archive magic and relive those glory days with Mzansi Legends. Make history your goal. Catch Mzansi Legends every Tuesday evenings on PSL TV. It's Super Whiskey only on Super Sport.
all-out passion. All-out speed. All-out action. All-out commitment. All-out play. All-out impact. All-out rugby. Only on SuperSport. Brought to you by Vodacom, the greatest supporter of South African supporters.
Board Riders TV is proudly brought to you by Virgin Mobile and Resolution Health.
Next up in our selection from the letter N is the Dark Destroyer, Nigel Benn. One of Britain's most popular world champions, the former paratrooper blasted his way to middle and super middleweight world titles with great displays of courage and raw power hitting. Who can ever forget his classic wars with arch-rival Chris Eubank and the tragic affair with Gerald McClellan? In 1991, he took on fellow countryman Kid Milo.
This is the Ben of old. One crunching shot and Milo's in all sorts of trouble. Trying to fire back, but Ben's stalking him like a tiger. Ben looks ferocious. Milo's in big trouble already. He won't take many more of them. He needs to grab hold of Nigel and let his head clear. And he can't. He's trying to fight back. He wants to adopt a bit of the Michael Watson attitude, get the gloves up, as he's going to get knocked out here and now.
It was the left hook that started it from Ben. That was a hell of a punch. At the moment, the shot's starting to bounce off the top of Milo's head.
Milo's probably surprised at the pure brute strength of Nigel. Fair play to him, he's trying to get his composure. He needs to get hold of Nigel and just hold on. Try and steer clear of trouble to the end of this round. But Nigel looks very composed. Good shot again.
The power of this man, it makes you realise what a stupendous achievement out of Chris Eubank in beating him.
This is Nigel's first fight since the Robbie Sims.
Yeah, the Robbie Sims fight, he looked dynamite at the York Hall in Bethnal Green.
Showed a lot of patience, composure,
yeah,
professional
he
guy.
stopped Robbie Sims in 7. That was the first time Sims had ever been stopped. And he's looking to do a job on Milo. And Milo, to his credit, has somehow weathered that storm.
Leaking blood, though, Dave, from the left eye, so
yes.
Nigel's already inflicted damage. And Milo, if he wasn't in awe of Nigel before the fight, I'm sure he is now.
The cut, in fact, Jim, is on Milo's left cheek, and that won't cause him too much inconvenience just yet. Remember, it was a badly cut cheek he sustained against Eubank, and that cheek has opened up again.
Ben looks ferocious when he unloads.
The power of the man is awesome.
Milo will do well to get through the first 3 minutes.
Well, I think he's going to.
That's no understatement.
Might be close.
I think once Ben lands one real crunching shot, Milo will just fold. Not that his will's weak, but it's just a pure power. And the presence of Ben is so... He really looks the part.
Inside the last 10. And Milo giving as good as he gets.
What an exciting bust-up. No wonder Nigel draws the crowds in.
I'll tell you, this is the best first round we've seen for a very long time. What a good fight.
Shout of respect to Nigel responded. Such a class. Brilliant. And Milo's in great shape and he's going to try and ride the early storm. He stayed composed. He can't afford to get flushed by Nigel. doing the smart thing, just moving around, keeping both hands up high, poking out the left hand. The fact that he was in such great shape, it's enabled him to regroup after that whack he took in the early part of the first round.
Well, I guess it'll have done something for his mental attitude to know that he can take a real ferocious Ben assault and still remain upright, which he did.
Ben really looking the part.
Marlowe doesn't look so bad either.
No, he's not. You know, this is Kid Marlowe's big chance, and he's determined to take it. You know, he's ready for 10 hard rounds, and he just looks as if it's part of the journey. You know, he's obviously mentally prepared for this type of assault from Nigel Benn.
And if Marlowe is overawed by Ben, you'd never realise it, believe me.
The atmosphere in this hall is electric.
Well, like I said, Jimmy, it's more like that you experience at a title fight. Astonishing, this is just a 10-rounder, just a 10-rounder. Could never be that with Nigel Benn fighting.
Ben's got through with some good shots there, but Marlowe
right above us,
soaking them up with no ill effect. I tell you, early in Nigel's career, he had a sort of Mike Tyson aura about him. Opponents seemed to just freeze. But, you know, now he's lost the Dark Destroyer image, and people are starting to believe he's human.
Marlowe down, and I'm not sure what caused that.
He took a whack in the eye, actually, and I don't think he's focusing as he wishes he could be. He's in trouble. And Nigel's seen the green light, and he ain't going to take long to go for it.
He winced in tremendous pain, Marlowe. Dropped down on one knee in his own corner, and he's still feeling the effects of whatever it was. Maybe he got an accidental thumb in the eye.
Yeah, he's going to have to come through plenty of these moments if he's open to go on and win this fight, because Nigel's absolutely buzzing.
No gain without pain. Marlowe seems to have recovered.
What game guy is coming back with crunching blows of his own. He's looking to take Nigel's head off with them. He really is ready, prepared himself for war, physically as well as mentally.
This really is fighting fire with fire, this contest, from Marlowe's viewpoint.
I'll tell you what, credit to the fella. He took some blockbusting whacks that a lot of people would have went over from.
I tell you, this isn't the Kid Marlowe we saw against Chris Eubank. Maybe, from Chris's viewpoint, just as well.
Nigel making him miss and trying to whack the body shots in. All part of the night's work. And fair play to Nigel Benn. He said he's prepared for 10 tough rounds, and anything else will be a bonus. Here they go, toe to toe.
Oh. This is unbelievable.
Nigel Benn, I don't think he's trapped on the ropes so much as choosing to be there. You know, I've seen him do this on a few occasions. He likes to fight off the ropes. He's got good lateral movement. He likes to play the ropes and roll and come back with power blasts of his own, so don't be confused.
Last 10. Once again, Marlowe takes a couple of shots that would have felled an ox. He's still there.
And that's very early in the fight, but to me, the improvement in Nigel Benn is there for all to see. He's boxing coolly, calmly. He's setting things up with a jab, working the body. He really is becoming a good, solid professional. All-rounder, not just a big blast pass from the past. Or master blaster from the past, I should say. Milo, he's kept himself reasonably well together. There's been signs at certain stages of rounds when he's looked uncoordinated, but he's pulled his act round now and he's getting a taste for the action and standing with Nigel and trying to crack away, especially at close quarters.
And if he lands with one of these big shots of his, he could well cause an almighty upset. But you're quite right, Jim. Ben looks so good. Got him again.
I think he's struggling to focus properly. I don't know whether the foam in the eyes, which was obviously unintentional, but it's still playing its part.
Can't have helped.
Nigel Benn's looking for the right hand, and there it is. That's the shot.
That left eye is looking a sorry state now. The left eye really is starting to close up Kid Milo's.
There's another low blow and Ben spits out the gum shield.
Larry O'Connell says, oh, come on, Nigel, enough of the old madam.
Kid Milo's laid back, just looked at Nigel as if to say, you want it, you can have it, but I'm sure that was a legitimate low blow. Nigel's not one to cry and call for.
Yeah, it was right in the boot factory, that was.
Oh, that was a good shot.
He's got him again.
Right hand over the top, come back with the left hook, right on the bell.
Now the count continues. The count continues. The count continued after the bell, but Milo was up.
And Larry O'Connell's just looking in, making sure things are okay. Nigel looking over, the coolest man in the hall. He stopped the fight. He stopped the fight. Good decision from Larry O'Connell, because I think the only thing that would have come Kid Milo's way in that round was an avalanche of leather and power blasting stuff from Nigel Benn.
Let's take a look at the early round pressure from Nigel Benn now.
It's pressure, but it's controlled pressure, not like the early Nigel Benn. There's a picked right hand over the jab, and there you see Milo's in all sorts of trouble at 7 1/8, and Nigel looked on the verge of a very early stoppage.
N was for Nigel Benn, who showed Kid Milo the door in 4 to continue his comeback from world title defeat. That's your lot for this episode, where we got it on with the letter N. But join us next time for another Boxing A to Z.
These are the maestros of Mzansi soccer, the seniors of skill, the veterans of the game. Flashback to the days when soccer ruled the nation. Witness archive magic and relive those glory days with Mzansi Legends. Make history your goal. Catch Mzansi Legends every Tuesday evenings on PSL TV. It's Super Whisky only on SuperSport.
Coming up this week, Ray Mercer aims to prove he's still merciless. We conclude our KOTV pound-for-pound countdown. And we remember why Roy Jones Jr. was once the very best in the game. Manny Pacquiao entered the ring in confident mood and dropped Juan Manuel Marquez in round 3 of their battle for the WBC super featherweight title. But the resilient Mexican battled back from the brink of defeat to gain control during the middle rounds. Both warriors made victory-laced statements down the stretch, but it was the little man from the Philippines who won a tight split verdict after 12 enthralling rounds. Former WBC boss Marcus Bayer re-entered the super middleweight picture after an 18-month absence with a comfortable but hard-fought victory over Murat Mahmudov. Time to get ringside in China now as Wang Yanan takes on Janiyah Davis for the vacant WBC female middleweight title in Macau. We'll join it in round 2.
Davis trying to walk the champion down, trying to pin her in the corner. There's a nice left hook that got the attention of the champion. And Nunn comes back again with that lead right hand. Trainer Johnny Gans has to find a little answer for that, as the points are being built up. Davis tries to flurry a little bit with a counter. Round 2 action of a 10-rounder, 2-minute rounds in women's boxing. Another counter punch by the champion, and she's very confident here midway through round number 2. She has Davis right where she wants her to be, and the bell. Nunn is slowing down dramatically here as Davis picks up some more combinations. And another right hand that staggers Nunn. She's staggering all over the ring now. Mankiewicz breaks the fighters, and the action continues with 30 seconds to go in the fight. Davis with a nice right hand that hurts the champion, and another right hand. Right-left combination. The champion turns her back on the opponent. Davis, with the referee looking in, I don't know if he wants to stop the fight or not. 6 seconds to go in the fight. She'll survive.
All for your winner by unanimous decision from Dalian, China, the China girl, Wei Yanan.
Manny's little brother Bobby was blown away inside a round by undefeated Orban Antillon, and after 14 career defeats, it could be time to knock the sport on the head before someone takes his off. On the same card, 6'7" Ty Fields steamrolled the usually durable Roderick Willis in the first, and is targeting a showdown with Hasim Rahman. Former 2-time WBO heavyweight King Herbie Hyde continued his cruiserweight career resurgence with an impressive second-round win over fringe contender Rudiger May. And fellow dieter Rob Calloway is another enjoying life amongst the cruisers. The former heavyweight journeyman is on the brink of the top 10 after stopping Juan Robles in 8. Time for more leather slinging now as unbeaten welterweight Brian Kamechis jukes it out with hard hitter Dole Caranquillo in Pennsylvania. We'll pick this one up in round 4.
The one thing I like about Kamechis is the way you stop a guy's offense is to make him defend. And he's constantly going at Caranquillo, and it's not allowing Caranquillo to set that punch up like he wants to. Oh, that hurt him, though.
There's that right hand that you said to look out for, and now a series of uppercuts.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, there it is. The power of Caranquillo puts down Kamechis.
Right here. And he won't make it because he's too tired. He's not used to this. He probably won't make it out of this round.
Let's see. 20 seconds to go. Can he survive? He does not look good at all.
No, he won't survive this round.
Another uppercut reigns in. Yeah. Right hand just missed over the top.
He only got 10 seconds. He might make it now. He got 10 seconds. He might make it.
Brian Kamechis unbeaten. Can he survive?
Got a lot of heart, I'll tell you that.
Very good test for Kamechis. There's a right hand back to the uppercut, and Kamechis takes a backward step again, back against the ropes.
I tell you what, he can take one heck of a shot.
He really can he?
He can take one heck of a shot.
No doubt about that. Survived that onslaught in the 4th round. Came back with his strongest round in terms of putting forth an effort of total punches in round 5. And a spirited game effort as Caranquillo, the veteran power puncher, tests him again here in round 6. And now he comes back with a left hand of his own and goes back to a series of uppercuts. 3 consecutive uppercuts from Brian Kamechis.
He has the heart of a champion, son. It don't get no better than this. He has the heart, the true heart of a champion. The true heart, but you gotta be careful. Not let his heart get caught with a big shot. Because Doyle Caranquillo is still dangerous as long as he's on his 2 feet.
Caranquillo just ate a right hand, and now he doesn't look so hot.
All the way back. Box. Stop.
Kids at home, this is how you fight a power puncher. Go in and beat his body, work him down, wear him down, then he can no longer be effective in the late part of the fight.
Put him inside. Now you're walking. Let's go. Last round.
One last right hand. from Carrasquillo. Final 10 seconds.
Kamichi still needs to be careful, though, because this guy still is a dangerous puncher.
He put him down before.
Right.
They tie up, though, and that'll do it. Good-looking fight.
And the winner by unanimous decision, Brian the Golden Greek Kamicha.
Over in Temba, South Africa, unbeaten super flyweight Leslie Sikotswe will retire undefeated if he continues to be matched with the likes of Shadrach Makama. This predictable one-sided affair ended abruptly as Sikotswe took advantage of his rival's delicate defense and blasted him out in the opener to move his record to 7-0. On the Pac-Man Marquez card, WBO featherweight champ Stephen Luvano landed 397 punches on his way to a clear points win over outgunned Tertsak Jandang. And at middleweight, Pavel Bolak cemented his status as one of the game's top prospects with an emphatic win over Dupree Strickland. The Rocket Man, Gary Lockett from Wales, has been launched into the middleweight world title picture and will square off with fearsome champion Kelly Pavlik in June in the American's first defense. The Ghost recently beat Jermaine's Bad Intentions Taylor in an enthralling non-title rematch. The popularity of Ricky Hatton continues to soar. The Hitman defends his ring light welterweight title against Juan Lazcano on May 24th, and the City of Manchester Stadium hosted event sold 45,000 of its 55,000 tickets within hours of being released. May 24th is also the date for an enthralling super middleweight eliminator between Edison Miranda and Danish powerhouse Mikkel Kessler. The winner will be primed for a place at the division summit, with current leader Joe Calzaghe on his way up. In the same division, but lacking the importance, is a battle of former champions as Marcus Boom Boom Bayer is being lined up for Roy Jones Jr. The American great was ringside for Bayer's comeback victory, and he's being promised a handsome purse to do battle in Germany. It's not long ago that Jones was regarded as the game's best, and with KO TV set to crown a new leader, sit back and enjoy yesterday's champion at his scintillating best.
Right hand by Roy Jones. Another right hand. The crowd going wild. He's down. A left hook drops him. He never saw it coming. They're up to 6 on the count. Roy Jones in a high step move like Derek Gainer did earlier tonight.
Well, you may be right, but he's going to finish it early. He's been known to carry fighters.
Hey, I want to fight a WBA #1 contender.
Very good point. I was just thinking myself, this guy is #1.
I could be a champion. Big right hand. Oh, he's down from a right hand. Roy Jones Jr.
Down twice.
And look at him. Look at him. He is upset. 24 seconds to go in round #1. Roy Jones has that mean look. Roy Jones is a nice guy outside the ring. He's a mean guy inside. 13 seconds to go.
Indeed, he wants to finish it, but he's running out of time here in round 1. Or maybe not. This is his first time in Indianapolis. And the people love him here, and apparently he wants to dance around for a few rounds and pick his shots.
Oh, he's just teeing off. Now he's doing the body, now he's going to the head, showing him angles. Now this is the classic Roy Jones, where you don't know what way he's going.
The referee doesn't know which way to move.
Roy's just opening up angles. He's embarrassing the WBA's #1 contender. What can I tell you?
Is this the round?
Oh.
Is this the round?
Big punches. Roy Jones turning southpaw, doing damage again.
This may be it. Here's Wobbly.
Wobbly, legs wide.
It's amazing that Hall's still standing particularly after...
Oh, man, shades of Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran. I think he's taken enough. Rain Kelly should think about stopping this.
This may be stopped.
Oh, man.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's enough, Wayne, and that's it.
Stops it.
Still to come, Merciless Mercer has it all to prove against Derek Rossi. And we conclude our countdown and crown the pound-for-pound best, so don't go anywhere.
All-out passion. All-out speed. All-out action. All-out commitment. All-out play. All-out impact. All-out rugby. Only on SuperSport. Brought to you by Vodacom, the greatest supporter of South African supporters.
Last week we brought you numbers 10 to 6 in the pound-for-pound ratings. At 10 was Chris John. Old favourite Oscar De La Hoya took the number 9 slot. At 8 was new kid on the block Kelly Pavlik. Miguel Cotto made our list at 7, and Rafael Marquez and Israel Vasquez shared the spoils at 6. Now it's the all-important conclusion as we reach the summit and crown the KOTV pound-for-pound champion. Mexico's Juan Manuel Marquez finds himself at number 4 in the pound-for-pound list, despite his painfully tight loss to Manny Pacquiao. After 12 frantic rounds, he lost a split verdict that realistically could have gone either way. Their first meeting was also razor-tight after the Mexican rose from 3 first-round knockdowns to batter Pac-Man down the stretch and earn a draw. Their slugouts confirmed both men's places among the sport's very best. Last year was a stellar one for Marquez as he ended the 6-fight win streak of a very lively Marco Antonio Pereira via a clear points win, and he closed it with a one-sided drubbing of the talented Roque Juarez. He takes his place in the upper echelons of the pound-for-pound list, and at 34 remains one of the most entertaining and gifted warriors out there. At 43, the Executioner is the grand old master of the game, and he's been at the top of his profession for nearly 14 years. His 2006 win over Antonio Tarver for the light heavyweight championship, and his success a year later over Winky Wright shows he still belongs in the top draw. His controversial 2005 losses to Jermaine Taylor cost him his place at the top of this list. Results since show he's far from finished. Though the brash Philadelphian is likely to be an underdog against Joe Calzaghe, only a fool would write him off. A convincing win over the Welshman would give Hopkins the career send-off he deserves and see him reclaim his place as the pound-for-pound best. Joe Calzaghe seems to be getting better with every fight. After 9 years as WBO super middleweight champion, the Welsh Dragon scored a career-best win over the heavily favoured Jeff Lacey in 2006. His tough win over Sakio Bika looks better, given the adopted Aussie's success since. And after blowing away Peter Manfredo, Calzaghe unified the super middleweight titles with a resounding win over previously unbeaten Mikael Kessler last November. He's favoured to shut the mouth of Bernard Hopkins when they meet in an April light heavyweight super fight. And if he fulfills his own pre-fight predictions, the pedestal that Calzaghe finds himself upon could be raised even higher. The number 1 contender for the pound-for-pound throne is Manny Pacquiao. This thunderous little southpaw exploded onto the scene in 2003 with a violent win over Marco Antonio Pereira. He followed that with a draw against Marquez, and he got the better of the legendary Eric Morales in their epic trilogy. 2007 saw him administer Jorge Solis' first taste of defeat, and he sent Pereira into retirement in their rematch. He started this year with another rematch success over Marquez, And if the rise in weight that Pacquiao intends to undertake reaps the rewards of his recent successes, it will be almost impossible to ignore the case to see him regarded as the pound-for-pound champion.
The winner by knockout victory, and still pound for pound, the best in the world, Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather.
Who else could it be? The self-proclaimed pretty boy beats Pac-Man in this list by virtue of his unbeaten record and the apparent ease with which he defeats his peers. Mayweather has claimed world titles in 5 divisions, and at 31 he's in the midst of his peak. He's solidified his pound-for-pound standing in 2007 with a point success over Oscar De La Hoya, and he capped a fine year by outclassing Ricky Hatton in December. The manner with which he dispatched the hitman was simply awesome and showed that he's more than capable of finding an extra gear if and when he needs it. There are just 2 dangers to Mayweather's pound-for-pound dominance. 1, the emerging threat of Miguel Cotto at welterweight, and 2, himself. Money Mayweather will only fight for major financial gain, and if boxing cannot provide the necessary economic rewards, don't be surprised to see Floyd walk away without fulfilling his destiny.
Big fights coming up. Corey Spinks returns to light middleweight to do battle with old warhorse Verno Phillips for the IBF title. Kasim Umar briefly held that belt, and he's aiming to put an indifferent run of form behind him as he takes on Cornelius Bundrage. Unbeaten Arthur Abraham is looking to secure a showdown with Kelly Pavlik and makes the 7th defense of his IBF middleweight title against Elvin Ayala. Like welterweight starlet Vernon Iceman Paris hopes not to freeze in his biggest test as he takes on the once formidable Stevie Johnston. A battle between delicate heavy hitters is always worth watching, and Bronco McCart against Raul Marquez should prove no exception. And in Japan, Takefumi Sakata makes the 3rd defense of his WBA flyweight title. We return to Macau in China now as former WBO heavyweight titleist Ray Merciless Mercer takes on once-beaten contender Derek Rossi for the WBO NABO title. At 45, Mercer is years past his best, but his granite jaw and sledgehammer punch make him a threat to all but the very best. Rossi lost to top contender Eddie Chambers last year, but his trip back to the drawing board has shown he could still have a big future. Heavyweight rankings that have John Ruiz at number 9 don't make happy reading for the enthusiast. On the plus side, Cuba's Juan Carlos Gomez has shown signs of late that he's ready to at last live up to his unlimited potential. Right, let's see if Mercer or Rossi show enough to break into the top 10 as we join our main event in round 2.
Ray Mercer in the black and gold trunks, and of course, the silver and black is Rossi. Nice combination by Rossi, has the crowd buzzing there. And he shifts his way out of it. You can see the athletic movement on Rossi, attested his football years. Over 12 years of football at the Pop Warner High School in college level. He played for Boston College University and in a game which he remembers a big dramatic win over Notre Dame in Notre Dame Stadium, where the Fighting Irish came out and they're all green, and he said they were supposed to be intimidated, but that fired him up even more to do a great job in beating the Irish. Nice lead right hand by Ross. He's showing a lot of tools here in the early going of this fight. And Mercer, again, really hasn't established anything other than watch what the kid's doing and look for an opening. Rossi staying on his toes, in and out, what a good boxer has to do. And Bob Jackson told me that his fighter can bang as well, but against a fighter like Mercer, it's going to be a tactical fight. We're going to take the decision, we're going to take his name, and a big name it is. If you want to try to load up against Mercer, you may get lucky, but not too lucky, because Ray will probably come back with his bombs in his own, because he doesn't go down too much. That right hand just missed, grazed off the chin of Rossi. That had dynamite on it. Once again, I say Mercer's picking his spots, and he's closing the gap. Ray Mercer, Derek Rossi. Rossi, for those of you who just joined us, in the silver and black. Mercer, of course, in the black and gold. And Rossi, of course, is doing what he wants throughout the fight, but ever cautious of Mercer as he stays away from that right hand. Every time Ray lashes out, Rossi lashes out. Keep him at bay. And Ray tried to drop the right hand that time, but of course Rossi tied him up. A mark of experience. He's gaining experience every one of these fights. Circling right, then circling left is Rossi. Outstanding condition is this young athlete, former Boston College All-American defensive end. Now he's trying to be a world champion in several categories. He has won. Mercer moving just a little more quickly now and using the jab a little bit more effectively. And of course, now Rossi snatches at his right eye. I don't know if it was a thumb in the eye or what, but it bothered him for a second. And Mercer landed a little combination. So we're suddenly seeing a little adversity here in Rossi on his right eye. We'll have to watch that. And under a minute to go in this heavyweight championship, first ever from the Macau soil and also Chinese soil. Final four in boxing. Certainly happy and proud to bring you all of this action. A real event here. The crowd is alive and buzzing that there's Western boxing, not martial arts, but Western boxing here in Macau. Mercer with 30 seconds left for the knockout, tries to move in and knocks down Rossi suddenly and dramatically. And of course, Rossi saying it was a push, he's all right. And that's what Ray was looking for. He waited for 11 plus rounds to drop that punch. The crowd said, let's go, that was a knockdown. And with 11 seconds to go, Mercer doesn't have too much time, waited a little bit too long. The crowd is on its feet. 5 seconds to go, and Rossi certainly will survive. And he said, good fight to Ray Mercer, you did a good job.
For your winner, by unanimous decision, from Medford, New York, Derek Shaolin Fist Rossi.
Final bell is about to be tolled, but we've got Dmitry Kirillov defending his IBF Super Flyweight title next time. And we catch up with heavyweight upset king James Buster Douglas. But for now, we'll leave you with Rossi getting bossy in China and putting the mercy back into Mercer. And remember, if it ain't KO, then it's not okay. Okay.
Listen, that's fuck all, yeah? That's fuck all of what you've had. Listen, still the same stuff. You know success, you knew it was going to be hard early on. You start getting a little bit slow soon. Still with the straight stuff, still working. You're getting a little bit more. You will get a bit more. Go on, Cal. And the roughing up inside, and that inside stuff will take more out of him than you because he's stronger than him. Yeah, you understand? You know when he was going to be hard early, yeah? Just keep fighting that cuts fuck all. Screw shots, jabs, and then roughing around.